staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show. Half a day, everybody, and welcome back to Wave 105.1 FM. We are about to get the Brightside with Polly Suba started, but of course, we have to thank our amazing sponsors. Thank you so much to our friends over there at Chili's Grill and Bar. That's right, at Chili's, more life, great food, and great value happen here. We want to thank our friends at GTA. We start with you. Thank you to our friends at Code School of Guam. Learn code and lead at the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. We also want to thank our friends at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Don't forget to order any of their 19 Subway series sandwiches. It's all crafted to crave, from flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken stubs, delicious Italianos, and mouth-watering clubs to the high-protein deli heroes. Be sure you order that today. You can pick it up at your convenience, or you can get it delivered to you. Powered by Good to Go, we deliver. We also want to thank our friends at Micropack. Be sure you check them out for your whatever you're looking for in electronics, the latest and greatest, or maybe you're just looking for a telephone. They got that for you. All at Micropack. You can visit them at their 2 locations. They have actually 3 technically. They have 2 in the Micro Mall to serve you, as well as on Chow in San Antonio in Tamuning. We also want to thank our friends at Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam's premier provider of professional security services, delivering operational excellence in protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends over there at Sherwin-Williams. Rain's coming fast, and are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Locks On, engineered for Guam's dry to wet season shift. It's built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today, and ask Sherwin-Williams. Once again, you're tuned into Wave 105.1 FM. Welcome to the Brightside.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say half a mile ago, more por favor. And I'd say sad dispenser to Gaigi Color. She'd paint colors round the galaxies and more. I ran into this girl the night before.
All right, welcome to it, Biba Badness. It's Friday, September 12th, 2:08 in the afternoon. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on Wave 105 with myself, Polly Suba, and Reese. Did you watch the movie yet?
Oh my gosh, Polly, I've actually been waiting for this day to tell you, yes, I've watched the movie.
So the unknown number.
Crazy.
It is, right?
Can I just tell you, I feel like I'm like your son, and this is why people don't like to watch movies with me, because I'm already analyzing.
Okay.
So in my head, I was already telling myself, I know who it is. And boom, it was.
It was. Okay, so at one point when I'm watching, I think I told you this, that I called it.
Yeah?
But then I forgot all about it because that's just too crazy.
It's too crazy.
That it would be the girl's mom.
Boom.
Yeah.
That was absolutely wild. And I want to tell people that it was kind of hard because you have the mom in the interviews too.
Yes.
So you're thinking, oh, it can't be.
Exactly. They did it. I thought they were smart about it.
Yes.
Because they
smart.
They are interviewing her, also trying to find the culprit, right? And so then that's where I forget, or that's where I start to look elsewhere.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So they finally expose her in like the 3rd act, right? Close to the end.
Close to the end.
And it's so I went to school in a small town, and so I can relate, and that's why I knew it had to do with some parent. I figured it was a parent. When they started out the documentary saying that this is a small town. Everybody knows everything. Even the
parents
parents
are involved in everything.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
So that already made sense to me.
Yeah.
And so as they were starting to share what's going on, because again, when I told you about it, I wasn't even planning to watch this. It was my wife's sister that recommended. She's like, you have to watch this. I'm like, really? I figured it was like one of these parody documentaries, and she says, no, this is true.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
real. This
Yeah.
is a true crime. And so I'm like, all right, we'll watch it. And I tell you, I didn't pick up my phone once to scroll.
Yeah.
I was invested
Yeah.
and trying to figure out who it could be.
When I had to go to dinner, I was really upset. I was
Yeah.
like, man, wait, I want to watch more.
Lauren, right, is the girl's name?
Lauren's the daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, and so now anytime I see anything crazy, I'm like,
Yeah.
Lauren's mom. That's Lauren's mother.
That's Lauren's mother. You know, in the documentary, towards the end, they were asking her questions like, why? Or, did you
Right.
at one point realize that this was going too far?
Right.
But, okay, I just want to say.
She was trying to rationalize her.
She was really, and
I don't like calling people crazy, but something is not right with that woman.
And I was going to say, I don't think she's mentally okay. And, in that documentary, she said, people don't know what I went through. And it's
Right.
just unfortunate that she was a victim to something so traumatic that it carried into her own life and to her own family, her own daughter. And, the way she tried to rationalize was saying, I didn't want the same things to happen to my daughter. So I try to step in and control that part. But that was beyond being a parent.
Yes.
That was absolutely crazy. I mean, to say those things,
Yeah.
and then, you know what I mean? I thought it was pretty crazy in the documentary. I feel like they tried to kind of let people understand, like, she's just a human too. But at the same time, I felt like they're also trying to remind people, like, that still isn't right.
Yeah.
Like, and the ending part where they kept, it was towards the ending, I think, where the mother was talking and they kept putting up the unknown message numbers. Ding, ding, ding. All the messages she sent just to remind you. Thousands, guys.
In 2.5
This
years.
was 30 to 40 messages in a day.
This was happening for 2.5 years.
Polly, and I think it broke my heart even more when the daughter was like, I don't hate my mom.
Right.
I don't understand. I want to question her why she told me to do that, to unalive herself, as
Right.
they would say, right?
Yeah.
And it's sad. I think about it too, Polly, like, what if that happened to me as a kid? I feel bad for her because she's just a kid. She
Yeah.
still needs her mom. She feels like she needs that. And
They were ninth graders when it started.
they were ninth grade, Polly. They're just their minds are still forming into a
Yeah.
high school life.
Yes.
They were just living their middle school lives and then high school hit, and all of a sudden, boom, my mom's bullying me.
But not only
Not
that,
even
but
that, but yeah.
what she did to her husband.
That was even crazier. The
She apparently has been pretending to have 2 jobs,
working from home, working all the time,
going to work every day.
Yeah.
And she went into like some cave, right? Like
Yeah,
she
she-
went into a house that they
Yes,
lost.
to do that.
Yes.
That was another thing. They bought multiple houses, their own house, another house, and just for her to do this.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's not okay up there.
Yeah.
Like
They lost the house.
yeah.
They had to take some of the stuff out of the one house and put it into storage. That was
lost
memorabilia,
that.
yeah, photos and trophies and basically their whole life, from the moment they were married.
Yeah.
And so the first half of their life was in storage, and then she still wasn't even paying the bill for the storage.
No.
And it got auctioned off. All their stuff was sold to
Sold.
strangers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what
Wow.
that did to the poor guy.
Poor husband. You
Yeah.
know, he was thinking his wife was taking care of everything and that it was okay, and it really
It was a trip.
There was.
It was a trip. Kendra, I think, is her name.
Yeah, Kendra.
And so, yeah, she was rationalizing, and she had said that she had been assaulted, and she only wanted to protect her daughter. But what you did to her psyche, to your own daughter, and not only to your own daughter, to multiple children.
Multiple kids, and they were all innocent. You know how I think we were talking about it, how like no, I think that was the Tina movie where we're talking about, you kind of wanted to be upset with the kids. No,
Right.
that's different. But
Yeah.
I felt bad because, now people were blaming these innocent kids and they're just as confused. I felt bad for that one girl. Everyone really thought it was her.
Here's what my take on that
Please, yeah.
that one girl is she's a bully. And so if you're a bully, it's going to be easy for people to put it on you because of your past. And
Unfortunately,
still you should not be guilty, or the public should not be attacking you for something that you did not do. However,
it was
you
just
can
the
tell that she she got caught doing other things and being mean to other people.
Right.
And so they eventually did point it at her.
Right.
But those crimes were not on her.
No.
Yeah.
No, I really feel bad for the daughter. And, just because in that sense, again, it's like, girl, your mom is not good. But, the fact that she still wants to try to love her and understand her, that was it was heartbreaking. It was like, man.
I think so, too. When you really think about it, when you go through some traumatic things in your life, and even just bringing it back to reality, when I look back at my own life, there are things that I regret, and I'm sure others regret too, that are close to us.
Yeah.
But there's something that's binding us to these people.
Yeah.
Right? Whether they're your mother or your brother or your sister, and you'll always be connected, even when it's fractured.
Yeah.
And so I think about social workers. I think about people in the judiciary system. I think about people that are assisting in like substance abuse. Advocates, right? And this is what happens in families today here in Guam.
It does.
And so people are stealing from their own children, or their own mother, or their own grandmother.
Yes.
They're abusing their own children, or their grandmother, or their husband, or their wife. And so when people say, how could you forgive them? I just go back to like when I've been done dirty.
Right.
Or maybe I've done dirty to a relative of mine.
Yeah.
That you do find forgiveness, and you try to mend that.
Absolutely.
And so when I see a daughter talking like that about her mother, I cannot judge her.
I can absolutely not.
However, it's pretty intense.
It's she's gonna have to go. I feel like she's gonna have to go through a lot of therapy.
Yeah.
Truly.
Yeah.
Just because, I feel like now she might be like, okay, I'm trying to get to know my mom. But what if her mom really is, we've only watched the documentary, you know what I mean? So I only have that information. But she kind of does seem like a narcissistic person.
Some of the reports that are coming out too.
Yeah.
There are reports of the boy making claims that he did believe that she was infatuated with him.
Yeah. I remember he was talking about that too at the end of the documentary.
Yeah.
And I just think, I thought it was also weird that she's like
low-key jealous of her daughter.
Those kind of things like trip me out, because like, man, that's your own daughter. Like, what are you? Whoa,
Yeah.
It really was crazy. And I felt bad for, even when the guy, her ex-boyfriend, right, the boy, he was like, I don't forgive her for that.
Right.
I don't understand why Lauren would want to talk to someone who did that to all of us. And I was like, man, kid, you're not gonna get it till you get older.
She was in
and they were all kids
for 9 months, so that, and I believe that she was a good mother, and has.
Yeah.
Besides that part, I
all the parts that she
believe
did,
that she cared for her daughter. But however,
the way she carried it out.
when you are mentally unstable, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, they brought it up, Munchausen syndrome.
Munchkin, right? Munchkin.
Yeah.
It's like when you
When you pretend
purposely
your
hurt-
kid is sick.
right,
Yeah.
or you kind of
To
do
the point
some-
where you gaslight your own kid
Yeah.
thinking they are sick. Yeah.
Yes. And yeah, they were saying like, maybe she was trying to do that so her daughter can always be with her and nobody else.
Always go back to her
Yeah.
to confide in, and she became addicted to that.
Yeah.
That my daughter keeps coming. She needed her daughter to keep coming back
Mm-hmm.
to her. No one else believes me. Nobody else. All my friends have ostracized me. And so she's being consoled by her mother every day, to the point where it was addicting, because she was sending those texts hundreds a day.
It
for
wasn't
2.5
one or two.
years.
It was,
Yeah. And I honestly just don't believe that somebody else started it.
No, I don't believe that either, Polly. I just wish she just came forward with it. She was already coming forward. Why not just say the whole thing?
Yeah.
She probably was like, oh no, maybe I'll get a worse sentence if they, they might
Well,
try
she's
to
trying to rationalize. Well,
Exactly.
the
It was like,
first couple
it's
weren't
all
me,
wrong.
but the 3,996.
Those are me. And I was like, girl, just say the rest.
The other, but you don't want to admit to the first two?
You might as well, girl.
Yeah.
You're already here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And so the
was-
reason why I believe him is because when the FBI got involved, they said, no, every number.
everything. I was like, the guy's an FBI man.
Yeah, every number was traced back to her. So even when she's saying
Said
not
it
the
wasn't, I was
first
like,
two,
Girl.
the first one that was leading up to Halloween, they said it. They're like, every number was traced back to her, like cloned number. She was using a website, right?
She was, yeah. And you know what's crazy? I know those
Do you
websites
know those
have been
websites?
They have been around for a very long
Yeah?
time, Polly.
I didn't
It's
even
like
know
where
they
you
existed.
can. This is when I was, I'm playing games or whatever.
Okay.
I'm in my chat stuff online, and obviously it cost me a lot. We didn't have like WhatsApp or anything like that,
Okay.
right? So you would get these numbers, and you could use them, and they were like state numbers. So this is how I would talk to people in states.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I
this
didn't
has
even
been
know
around.
that existed.
I promise I'm not doing anything like that. Okay, but.
No, but so it's similar to like VPNs then? Because I know what VPNs look like
I guess
during
so.
Pokemon.
Except it's just a number and it blocks your real number. You're so funny. Not the
Do
VPN.
you remember when Pokemon was super
Yeah,
popular?
people
It was
would
like,
use the
I'm in the
VPN
North Pole.
to get those.
I'm in
Pokemon.
Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is possible. That's something that's been around for a little bit. Or well, at least the one I think I was using, it wasn't blocking your number. It was like an online thing where you took that number.
Okay.
And you would use that, but that's something that's out there and
Wow.
pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was intense. That was an intense
Thanks for that.
documentary.
I was like, oh my Lord.
I'm glad Dice even watched it.
No way. What did Dice
was
say
tripping
about
out
it?
too.
Oh my
Dice,
gosh.
The first, like out of nowhere, just like I think I was headed up to the town hall meeting
Yeah.
over in Jigo for self-determination, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so we're driving. I get a text. I'm like, it's from Dice. And usually, if it's from Dice,
It's about the
it might be urgent.
Yeah.
So-
yeah.
So
Yeah.
So, when I had an opportunity to look at my phone, she said, dude, it was Lauren's mom. Yeah.
I just felt like I can hear Dice say
Dice
it.
said, what the hell is this you got me watching?
For real.
Dice puts unknown on Netflix. Some parents don't deserve kids.
Man.
Yeah. Have you seen the memes now, though?
No, I have not even.
It's Lauren's mom.
Yeah.
Her face is very distinct and very like blank face, like there are no thoughts behind those eyes. Or she's just like,
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. It's like just.
so, and looking at her phone.
Yeah.
So there are memes like me leaving bad reviews at my favorite
Oh
coffee
my
shop,
gosh.
so it will be less crowded.
No. No.
I sometimes feel like that. So, there are some coffee shops here that weren't as popular, but then people would post it on TikTok.
Yeah.
And now they're busier. I know for sure that is the case at Solid Grounds.
Yeah, that
Have
place
you been there?
is pop. Yes, I
Yeah.
actually went there. I think when they were just opened up a little bit. You know, it was a little week after they opened.
Yeah,
and it
they're
was-
kind of hidden too, right?
Exactly. It's like a little cozy spot.
Yeah.
Now there's all kinds of events happening there, which is, you know,
it's great.
It's great. We're so happy for them, but we're so unhappy for us because it was a nice place to go to just be.
I truly believe TikTok did make them famous, but I mean, it's because they're good. So
Yes.
once somebody
but of course,
word of
when you-
mouth when they
Yeah.
say this place is good, then of course
People are seeing it. They're like, oh, where's this little cute place?
Yes.
And they had a lot of events. They had like a bracelet making event there
Really?
with Clubhouse. Yeah. And then Christian, I think we're talking about him. He's in the band Juice
Yes.
and Spear. He had it was actually the antithesis of everything with him and a bunch of other friends, but they had the zine show. Have you ever heard of zines?
No.
Oh man, they're like little mini magazines, and it's from local artists.
What?
They draw, they
Really?
write. Oh, I should have brought some for you.
Is
man.
that what's going on right now? Is that the trend?
So that's been like, this is the third time they've done it. This is kind of,
Wow.
this is
I
kind
am
of a
not-
trend.
I'm not cool.
That-
I am an unk.
Hey, no, that's okay. Look, this is something that the only reason why I found out about it was because I was just following. I was like, oh. And when we went there, Polly, man, so I went there with Ate Luella.
Okay.
And she goes, oh,
She's into it.
she didn't even know
Wow.
about it, but I told her,
Okay.
I said, let's go. I think you're gonna love this event. You know, it's very there's a lot of artists there, and it's like not niche, but kind of niche. Anyway, so I brought her. She goes, oh my god, I'm the only one here. Oh, lady. I said, no, Ate, listen here. We're cool, just like these kids. They're all young. They're all so young there. And, you know, it made me realize, like, oh, man, it's not me coming to these places young no more. Now I'm the old. Like, no, I'm not old. We're not old, but, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm still
older
tripping
now.
out that you're 30.
Me too. Me too.
I'm still
Do
tripping
you-
out.
Can I ask, how do you feel, like, with your age now, do you feel like that?
Oh, I feel old. Because
Really?
my kids make me feel old, yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Because they're
Yeah.
living their own life and whatnot, right?
I
I'm ready
see.
to be a grandpa. I really am. I'm
Y'all
ready.
heard that?
Yeah, so, you know.
Aw. Well, for me, if I can be honest, like, yeah, I'm 30 years old, but sometimes I feel like I'm still 25.
Yeah.
I mean, my body doesn't feel like it.
No,
But
good for you.
when
I
I'm
mean,
going out, I'm
30
like,
is like the new 25,
right?
right? 22,
like
20?
Thursday's the new Friday.
Yeah.
Apparently that's what I heard. But yeah.
40's not so old, but
No, it's not. I don't think so. You know what I mean?
but I do stand out though if I'm like at Club Zoe. I'm like, this dude works here, right? No.
He's the bouncer, right?
This guy's like the manager, right?
no, bro. He's the DJ, right? It's like, no, dude. I'm here to chill.
Somebody's uncle is looking for them. Wait, who's this?
No, Polly, they're up there in the club like, who invited Uncle? No.
I do stand out.
You know, we're not that old. We're not old. Our body makes us feel like it. The kids make us feel like it. But yeah,
So tell me about these zines.
So, man, this is like their third volume of doing zines. So zines are basically just a miniature version of magazines,
Okay.
and probably much shorter. And it's really up to the person creating the zine what they want to do. When I went, there was multiple ones. There was some that had poetry that was really
Who's
deep.
publishing these?
Many different people.
So they going to like Copy Express or something and having it printed?
Polly, sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes it's just drawing on pages, stapling it together.
Wow.
Really?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like really, maybe this is not the right word,
I
but
need
like
to see
rootsy,
one of
crafty,
these.
the antithesis of everything. That's their Instagram handle.
So wait a minute, but if they're doing it like that, how many are they making?
It's very limited. Like probably, I guess it's really
Oh,
all
wow.
up to the artist.
It is trending.
Yeah, super duper, man. And I'm not too sure how much they put out, but it's kind of exclusive in that way where you come and get what you get, and when it's gone, it's gone.
Wow.
So I'm not too sure if they have some kind of format where you have to at least make this amount of copies. Maybe they do, but for the most part, Polly, once you get there, it's good to get because.
So wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not going to the copier, right,
Mm-hmm.
and they're stapled,
Some people are making them themselves, Polly.
right,
Yeah.
and so are they exactly the same? Like if they make 10,
Oh yes, yeah, they're the exact
all
same.
10
Yeah.
are the exact same.
Yes. All 10. Yeah, and I think actually one of the girls, what she told me was she Xeroxed it onto
This
the
is
paper.
crazy cool.
It is so cool, Polly. You know, it's beautiful because it's not something that's so lavish and embellished and super pretty. It's something that comes from someone's hard work. You know what I mean? Like they're not something big. They're just one person trying to share their art or their poetry. Another one was this girl. Her zine was basically sharing her photos of rock painting that she does.
Okay.
What she does is she paints rocks, and then she kind of puts it. She finds a picture, creates a picture where the rock would be. So, for example, she drew a vase or something on a rock, and then she put it in the background. The picture was like a living area with a table, and the rock was on the table. I was like, that's kind of cute. I like that. Another one that I got was you're familiar with Pulan Speaks, right?
Yes.
So Pulan Speaks, we all know if you don't know him, he's a very much an activist, right, for decolonization and everything like that.
He's educational but entertaining.
Yes. And
I wouldn't say but, and. He's educational and entertaining. I don't know why I put but in there.
He had a zine where it was satire, where he reversed it. So when I came to the table, he goes, "Hey, are you a patriot?" And I'm like, I know Pulan, so I'm like, no, I don't know, no. He goes, "So you're an activist?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess you could say so." He goes, "Well, I got the zine to fix you." And he's like, "Here are the words you need to watch out for activists, and the words they use: decolonization, sovereignty." And then it's just even funnier because he has like a picture of one of the commanding generals of something, whatever, and he's like, it just shows a little message like, "We want to thank you, Guam, for everything that you do and everything that you give us, and continue to serve us, and la la la. That's all." And it's just funny. I was like, bro, this is so smart. And really, there was all different kinds. Bands were making their own. Some of them included tapes, CDs.
Okay.
So it really is a make it your own, what you want to offer to the people buying your zine.
How much do they go for?
It really depends what you're getting. Some are $5, some are $10, some are $15. I think the ones that I spent like $20 on were bigger ones, and also they came with like a cassette tape.
You think you could introduce me to some of them, or let me know when the next one is? And
I sure can.
We'll do a feature with the Guam Business Magazine or Mariana's Business Journal. I think that's cool.
That would be cool. Absolutely. I'll connect you with the people for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I didn't even think of that actually.
So it's a magazine that is non-commercial.
Nope.
Often homemade.
Yes.
Or online publication, usually devoted to specialized and often unconventional subject matter.
Mm-hmm.
Zines are the product of either a single person or of a very small group, and are popularly photocopied into physical prints for circulation.
Mm-hmm.
A fanzine is a blend of a fan and a magazine. It's a non-professional and non-official publication produced by enthusiasts of a particular cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
For the pleasure of others who share their interests. Wow. Some of these zines are popularly defined within a circulation of 1,000 or fewer copies. In practice, however, many are produced in editions of fewer than 100.
Mm-hmm.
That is cool. How many of these have you gone to so far?
I think I've gone to 2.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And so one of them, were both of them over at Solid Grounds?
No. Darn it. Where was the other zine at? Why can't I remember?
And is it with with music? Is it a whole like cultural?
It's so different. There was like I said, there was different ones. There was poets there. There were people with zine poems.
That is so cool.
There was also, like I said, Pulan Speaks. He was more in the, I guess, like the cultural satire on activism. And then there was another one, like you were talking about, like a fanzine. I think there was definitely one of there that was very dedicated to a certain kind of anime.
Wow.
And so it really was a combination of all different types of topics, whether it was something you were interested in your own self, or you were something that you were interested in, or it was really great. So it was really a collaboration.
I'm trying to find the origin. Underrepresented, marginalized groups have published their own opinions in leaflet and pamphlet form for as long as such technology has been available. The concept of zines can be traced to the amateur press movement of the late 19th and early 20th century. Wow, it's like reverse technology too.
Oh. Wow.
Right? Like it's so.
Yeah, I guess I was looking.
They're just using. What kind of paper are they using?
But when I went, some of them use cardstock. I guess it really depends. Some of them just kind of use like Xerox paper. Some of them had it laminated.
But they're all doing it themselves. They're just getting really creative. They're not even going to one of these commercial.
Maybe some of them might be, but for the
Copy
most part, probably
Express
the
or-
way it looked for me,
Yeah.
it really was something crafted from their own hands.
Wow.
That's what it looked like. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there even age groups, backgrounds, all different backgrounds and age groups.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, I don't know if there was. No, actually, I always forget Christian's my age because
Christian's 32.
Christian is 30, bro.
What the heck?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, I have to. But anyways, I'll talk about what I was gonna say later. But
Yeah.
yeah, so it is really a bunch of different age groups. There
Yeah.
was a lot of young people there, just kind of either they graduated high school. There were some people in their 20s. There were people my age. Yeah, it's really a whole array of ages and people and culture.
You know what coffee shop I haven't gone to, but they also said it's a pretty cool spot. It's like
Is it the camera one?
yes.
I always forget their name.
Yeah,
But
I forgot.
I want to go there too.
Right? Apparently, there's like an old Nintendo in there.
Yeah, and then they have the TV where you can look at the camera and it shows you, and it's like like that classic like fuzzy or like the lines.
Okay.
They even sell digital cameras. They sell old cameras. They even what do you call that when you get your picture printed but not printed like back in the day when you got it film, when you put the film in and then they you know what I'm talking
I
about.
know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
so they
where you take your film to the camera store, right? And
yes,
and
they
they
do that. It's called
Oh,
it's not printing it, it's something.
Yeah, I
but
know what you're talking
they basically you do that. They also sell disposable cameras where
Okay.
you can do that, right? Take your pictures and you bring it back to them and
wow.
I know it's Polly, the word
It's-
is like
it's not
on my
developed,
tongue.
right?
Yes, they
It is
developed the
developed,
photos. Thank you, Polly. I was
Developed.
dying over here. Yeah, where they developed the photos
Yeah.
for you from that camera.
Oh, Attorney Pete even sent it as I said.
Thank
sent
you,
it.
sir. Thank you
Develop.
so much. Yeah, that's it. I want to check out that place too. I actually really want to get a
So
disposable
they
camera.
have stock of these what do you call it, disposable cameras?
Yeah, that's where people were buying them. That's what I've seen from my friends, and
I don't need to go to Japan no more.
guess not.
Because my
That's where you
daughter
get
would,
yours?
every time we go to Japan, which it's been a while, we're planning our next one in March.
Yeah,
Yeah. She said, bring me back some disposable
disposables.
cameras.
Wow.
And then there's even like at Donkey. I don't think they sell that here, but at the Donkey in Japan, they have these cameras that it prints.
Mm-hmm.
It has its own printer.
Oh, like the Instax cameras?
I guess that's what it's called.
Like those little ones, right? And they look
Yeah.
like old school cameras, but it just
Yes.
prints right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have those too. And can I just say, I think it's a little funny. I think it's really funny that those were kind of brought back to kind of bring the nostalgia, but a lot of people are more into like the actual digital cameras and the disposable ones.
Yeah.
Not like everyone was about Instax for a while, those Instax
Really?
cameras.
Yeah.
And then now I guess, okay, I have to tell you something, Polly. I went to a rock show
Okay.
and
Where?
this was at the Long Live. They were hosting it there.
Where at?
Long Live here in Guam.
Oh,
Sorry.
so over by Moses.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I was there and I was, the crowd was cool. It was actually a really young crowd. I was like, oh snap, with the cool kids now. And it just got cooler because this young kid pulled out their DS filming the band. I was like, what? I couldn't even do that when I was a kid, man.
Wow.
Where's my DS? I was like, I wish I still had mine. But yeah, I just think it's really funny that technology has kind of brought these things, these
Right.
old school things into a newer thing, but people still want and crave that real, like actually holding a digital camera,
Sure.
Yeah.
It's funny too because my youngest was going through our storage and took our Sony old Handycam. Yeah. And we can't find the battery for it, but we have the film and we have the camcorder. We're just trying to find the battery, and apparently you're right, because that's exactly what he wants. He doesn't. I'm like, but you have a camera. It's on your phone. He goes, no, daddy. I want to use the camcorder. So that's where the kids are at right now. 2:40 in the afternoon. Let me see where the legislature is at, because I've been watching them since they're still going. Okay. Oh, this is on Bill 162. Okay, so they moved into what they were supposed to be having public hearings for, I believe, for yesterday. Yesterday they postponed a couple public hearings. So they are done now with bills 1 and 2 that they sent down, that the governor sent down to the legislature, and it had its public hearings.
Really quick,
Yeah.
Polly, shout outs to Laura, who's always tuned in to
Yeah.
the Wave. She sent us the photo of what it was. So it's that C41 Film and Coffee.
There you go.
I can't remember the C41, man.
Yeah.
Is that a reference to like?
Probably film and coffee.
Yeah, right. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not a film person.
I don't know, but I hear good things about him.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Mr. Kaduku.
Hungan.
Half a day, senor.
Hi, Sunil. You're on the air?
Can you hear me?
I can. Loud and clear.
I was just outside, because I'm, minding my business, cutting trees, pulling weeds, burning, smoking, listening to 98 rock, country and western, 671 cruising down with a broken truck out of gas.
There you go. Route
But
99,
anyway,
yeah.
You know them planes that they look like a plane, but they got the blades on the two wings.
Okay.
What kind of plane's that?
It's got the propeller and the two wings.
Yeah, the blades, like a helicopter.
I don't know.
That's the first time I've seen them.
Like a helicopter. At the top?
It's like a plane, but on the wings, on the end tip of the wings, they got the blades going around like a helicopter. I know they're military planes.
Yeah. You've seen him? Osprey. It's an
I
Osprey.
First time I saw them today, they just went over.
Wow. I didn't.
I think that's a Marine plane, or
Maybe. It came up, V-22 Osprey. Multi-use military transport and cargo aircraft with both vertical takeoff and landing and short takeoff.
so that's like a Marine aircraft.
I'm not sure. It's military, but I'm not sure if they're Marines or Air Force or Navy.
And I swear I heard
even
that
be
plane
US
whistle
Army.
again. What's that?
It could even be Army, right? Army has their own planes too, right? At this point.
Yeah, I think it's one of those Marine where touch and go.
Okay.
And I thought they were going to come down and check me out because, you can see the pilot waving at you.
Yeah.
That's how close they are when they
Ask them
come
to
over
pick
the
you
house.
up.
Yeah, I live right in front of the gate,
Yeah.
right before landing. Anyway, that's happening tonight down in Manila, the Pika stuff.
Yeah. You gonna go?
I might go, man, but yeah, I might go. Just check it out, kill some
Yeah.
time, do something to do.
I mean, it's today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how you been?
I'm well. Do you want to know? Let's. I think I have some information on what's happening today. With the Mingilao Doni Festival Friday. Obviously, you got the food trucks, you got games, rides, food vendors. Opening remarks at 5:15. There's a bendishon, cultural dance by Guma y Menyetlu, and then music by DJ Dave at 7:30.
How about the chow party? I mean, I know food trucks, you got to go spend some money there, which is fine.
Yeah.
But are they going to have a table for, all that local food, and you can come, like a fiesta and just, chow down?
I don't know, but what's a secret is you just go look for where the mayors are hanging out and just introduce yourself.
Okay, yeah, hey, man.
Usually the mayors are
How do you know
at
that?
these events. Mayors from the other villages will usually show up and just hang out, right? And so wherever they're at, you might even get some free sabesa. I don't know, just saying.
I'm going for the chow.
There you go. Yeah.
The chicken Pellegrin, the shrimp Pellegrin, the red rice, the pancit,
All of it, yeah.
the sumi, the dogu. They might even have coconut crab.
They might.
And then when you open that pot and you see something staring at you, that might be a panihi.
You never know. Just
You
don't
never know, but
just don't take any pictures.
It's a weekend, and I didn't know it's a weekend, but I'm going to go and just take a ride, cool
Yeah.
off a little bit, and you guys are doing good. And how's everything with the? I called up the Attorney General's office. Guess
You did?
what?
Okay. Any progress? I hope.
I call him up, man, and you know what they do? They just hang up on you, and he's running for governor.
Oh, we don't know for sure. He's thinking about it.
I heard he's running with fellow Tidigui.
That's a rumor.
Yeah, but Doug, you better just stay where you're at, bro. We can't even get a hold of you in that office, and now you're going to run for governor. We're going to create a position for you out in the field.
Well, he is at the legislature right now. So if you want to, if you need to see him physically, I mean, just introduce yourself in a very professional way.
Well, I tried that, Paulie.
In a cordial way. Yeah. He's at the legislature right now. I'm watching him, actually. I'm watching him right now to be.
Oh, yeah? He's talking?
He's there with the superintendent, Eric Swanson.
Okay, anyway.
I think they're talking about procurement. I think that's what that is all about. Bill
and they're
162.
still doing that. They're still. Paulie, you need to go down there and help them out and solve this problem.
I think
what happened to Tony?
he's happily retired.
I know that, but he can still talk on your show.
He could, absolutely. I'm just keeping the chair warm for him, so whenever he does want to come back.
But he's still on island, right?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't heard that he would want to leave. I know he travels a lot to go hang out with his sons, but for the most part, I think he's hanging out here in paradise with us.
I was hoping we were going to hear Tony Lamorella for governor. Ooh, that'd be nice.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
But
That'd be
anyway,
nice.
hey man, you guys have a good weekend.
You too.
Have a good weekend, and let's go check out some of that chow, man.
Yeah.
Eva, I'm down for some Nancy.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm going to call up the mayor right now and say, where are you guys at?
So actually, maybe you'll get some free cut and pica at 2 p.m. tomorrow, because that's when they're doing a pica dessert competition at 1. They're doing. Oh, let me just start over. So Saturday, 11 a.m. is Zumba. 12 p.m. the biggest chili pepper competition. And the 12:30 music by DJ Dave. 1 p.m. Pica dessert competition. So if you want dessert, just hang out by where they're competing. And if anybody cuts a slice of, I don't know, whatever they got going on over there, just put your hand out and they'll probably give you one.
Here, and I'll be standing right behind you.
There you go. 2 p.m. cut and pica. And those are the competitions for Saturday. On Sunday.
Okay, and tonight's the opening night.
Yes, tonight is opening night. No competitions tonight. The
Are you
competitions are Saturday. I won't be going tonight. I'll find my way over there either Saturday or Sunday. I got to check my schedule. I'm not in charge of my schedule.
And find out when they're having the wet T-shirt contest.
Okay. I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere on this list, but there might be an unofficial one.
You should call them and make it happen because it's nice and hot, and that'd be a great event.
Sure, you put it on, and then I'll send you a sales manager to advertise. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna make a lot of money off the T-shirts. So.
Okay. All
Hey,
right.
catch you later.
All right, Kaduku. Take care.
Okay, too.
2:49 in the afternoon. We got to take this break, right? We'll take our first break in the 2:00 hour. We're just having too much fun on a Friday.
Should be illegal.
We shouldn't even be working hard at all. So
That's right.
we'll just keep this vibe all the way till 6 p.m. We'll probably get a little serious because definitely it got pretty serious over at the legislature this morning. I've been tracking some of that. And then as we got closer to 2, I stopped watching. So I'm not sure how it all ended, but I'll try to take a peek in and see how it did end during these breaks. And then if you got anything you want to share, if maybe something captivated you, maybe something resonates with you from what was said at the public hearing this morning. Feel free to call in 671-922-1051 or 1052. We'll take the break. Wave 105.
It's here, BK's new Crispy Onion Whopper. The Crispy Onion Whopper features a quarter-pound beef flame grilled to perfection, topped with crisp lettuce, juicy tomatoes, creamy mayo, melty American cheese, bacon, and crunchy pickles with golden onion rings, crispy onions, and sweet and smoky barbecue sauce. A smaller taste of oniony deliciousness available in a Whopper Junior version too. Make it a meal with our cheesy tots and a refreshing mango peach lemonade. Get yours today at BK in Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, Micronesia Mall, and the airport, only at BK. You rule.
Half a day at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM. Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, from flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs, delicious Italianos, mouthwatering clubs, to the high-protein deli heroes. The Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor. Get what you're craving for today. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Apade Guausi Pali Suba. Don't forget to catch The Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Brightside on Wave 105.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. Viva Badness! It's Friday, right here on Wave 105. Hanging out with everyone tuned in either online, the wave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. To the phone lines we go. Senor Perez is on the line. Hafade.
Hi, Mr. Perez. You're on the air.
Oh, am I? Hi,
Yes.
how you doing? Thank you.
Hafade.
Up day, Polly. Hey,
Hey.
I just wanted to say, was such a beautiful day today. Guam is good.
Absolutely.
Anyways, hey, Polly,
Yes.
you know what, man? You know when you hear that song now from the Rolling Stones, right?
Uh-huh.
Satisfaction, yeah.
Hey,
You know,
yeah.
I listen to the radio.
Yeah.
Because you guys are supposed to stir up my imagination. Okay?
Okay, got it. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
But anyways, I was reading the paper, man, and I knew it.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I got ESPN, but you know the CBD grant, right? I don't know what the subject is right now, but just hear me out.
Sure, yeah.
I won't take a lot of your time.
No,
okay?
go for
I was
it.
reading the paper.
Okay.
I was reading the paper about the CBD grant, where the senators want to take a piece of that money. Okay? So when that CBD grant night came out the first time in Jigo, I was there to testify, okay, about how that grant is supposed to help our people.
Yes.
And you know, I told them about my experience where I went to Saipan, and our brothers and sisters there have the same thing too, the same CBD grant from some typhoon, I'm not sure. But they're doing it right. Man, I'm telling you, that CBD grant changed a lot of people's lives, making them build their homes. And that's what the intended purpose is.
Right.
You know, for the neighborhood. Not for fancy name for the federal government. It's not to make it look like a ghetto. Okay?
Right.
So right now, when you see those things on the news today, I knew it.
I'm reading
I knew
it
it.
now.
I said, just watch. Just watch. These politicians are going to make it political, and they get their greedy hands on this grant where it's supposed to go to the people. And see, there it is in today's paper. So what I'm trying to do, long story short, people from Guam, this is election time. Okay? Choose and vote wisely who's going to help the people here, not these greedy, selfish politicians. And you know what? You can do it. You just got to look at all these candidates. Which right now, there's a lot of them running for governor. Stop the lip service. See who is actually going.
Well, let me just,
sensible. No, go ahead.
Mr. Paris, let me just tell you, I have the response from Gura. And so Gura says it cannot follow the legislature's resolution as written. CDBG, DR meaning disaster relief. You know this. They must follow the federal HUD rules and Guam's HUD approved action plan. Yeah, and so
Polly,
go for it.
Can I interject you?
Yes,
can
sir.
I stop you right there?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you know that.
Mm-hmm.
You know that there's a federal guideline, just like when you're doing your VA disability, right?
Yes.
You got to follow these guidelines from the VA, correct?
Yes.
But you can always go around it. You can always tweak the thing. And you know, these senators, the power of the pen, okay? Just like when I was going to college, right? When we started doing for public policy, why are the roads like this in Guam, a lot of potholes? But little do they know, the public knows that there's a lot of money going to public works. And correct me if I'm wrong, if all these professors that taught me this, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a lot of money coming to the government of Guam. It's just in a block grant. And when you do a block grant, it's not a categorical grant now. Right. It's a block grant where you can actually manipulate it to fund something else as long as it's done legit. You see what I'm saying? Okay. You can go around it, over it, or under it. And we found out that the governor has power to do that. And what do? They go and they give it to the other agencies that are actually struggling with their personnel costs. Are you still there?
I'm listening to you.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's it. Go ahead, Paulie. I just wanted to take that off my chest, man.
No, I'm glad. People need to hear your frustration. I know where you're coming from. I get it. A comprehensive response came back from Gura, pretty much sharing, that they're not going to follow that resolution. That the legislature suggests allocating $100 million under the urgent need objective for GMH, GDOE, and villages. However, Gura warns this would not count towards the 70% LMI requirement. LMI is low-income households, right? And
correct.
So, yeah.
You know, Paulie, I retired as a teacher at Southern High.
Yeah.
Okay? And when we do all those federal surveys, most of, not 100%, are a lot of low, middle-income families here in Guam. So we fall under the threshold.
Right. Yeah. Dedido, Malesu, and Hoggett are the only three villages now that are considered low income households. The entire village of Dedido, the entire village of Malesu, and the entire village of Hoggett. Yeah.
But and Paulie, what I'm trying to say is, when I go to my VA medical, right, they send me off island to Hawaii, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I meet a lot, long story short, I meet a lot of our people, man, that I chit-chat with them because, I like talking to these people, right? And a lot of our people are leaving. And then a lot of them also are coming to just visit. Right. Why? Because they say, Mr. Perez, why should I come back to Guam? Right. I can't even afford to build a house. And number one, we don't got no land because they took our land away from the military and we don't live in, with other family. So that's the stories of our people here,
Uh-huh.
You see?
I'm listening.
It's such bittersweet,
Right.
So anyways, I'm going to leave you at that.
Okay.
And it's the weekend. Maybe this will stir up the minds of the people when they go get with their families of the weekend.
Right.
And we'll see what happens on Monday.
We'll see.
You have a nice weekend.
You too. So Gura in this letter or this response says they already commit $108.8 million to public facilities through 4 programs. $3 million local match for FEMA's public assistance projects, $2.5 local match for FEMA hazard mitigation, $43.3 million open application process for community infrastructure and public facilities, $60 million for architectural and engineering design of a new GMH. Some of the warnings Gura says on notice number 1, long-term obligations. If CDBG-DR money is used for GovGuam properties like GMH or GDOE, the government must maintain them forever. If they stop using them for the intended purpose, HUD can demand repayment based on current market value. If Gura spends $50 million on GMH and then later GMH is abandoned or repurposed, the current one, Guam might owe HUD $100 million back. And then also federal funds must supplement, not replace local funds. Gura warns that if HUD sees the legislature cutting taxes, they're cutting taxes. 5% rollback, BPT rollback from 5% to 4.5. So there's that part. So Gura warns that if HUD sees the legislature cutting taxes while asking HUD to cover GMH and GDOE operations, it could be seen as supplanting, which is a violation of what they're saying what Gura is saying in this letter here, the Stafford Act. Gura respects the legislature's intent, but most must follow federal law. The action plan is based on data, unmet needs analysis, and federal compliance, not political resolutions. Gura will continue using its application process to all entities, including GMH and GDOE, and they can submit proposals, but compliance must come first. And so Fix and Six is it's a great place to get information. On Instagram, I believe they've got their own Facebook too. And let me just see, because I saw Fix in 6. I saw I follow them, so I saw the Fix in 6 Guam. Here we go. New email address. There to better serve our island community. We're proud to announce the launch of our new email address. And so it's fix, FIXINSIX at gura.org. I'm just gonna put it on our YouTube. This initiative is part of our ongoing commitment to strengthen communication and collaboration as we work together to build a more resilient Guam. And so when I followed them, that was on September 3rd. On September 2nd, the Gura Fix and 6 team is looking forward to engaging with the community in the next couple of months. Stay tuned for details on upcoming events to learn more about what you will need when applying for the CDBG DR program. So I'm following them, and that's earlier this month. I saw that that post that it's going to be happening in the next couple of months. And then so whatever I see from this post or from the Deputy Director, Fernando Esteves, who oversees this entire funding project for the community. We will share that with you right here on Wave 105, 3:05 in the afternoon. We're good, right? The phone lines are open? They're clear?
Yep, they're
okay. KGUM, FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The manhunt continues for the shooter who killed political activist Charlie Cook in Orem, Utah. At a late evening news conference, Bo Mason, commissioner of Utah's Department of Public Safety, discussed new still photos and video of the suspect.
Please pay close attention to the T-shirt, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle, the hat with the triangle, and the sunglasses.
Investigators have not named the suspect or cited a motive in the killing, and CBS's Anna Schechter reports they're seeking help from the public.
Clearly, authorities in Utah and federal authorities are hoping that by publicizing these images and that new video, that is going to be enough for someone to be able to identify this individual. It's challenging. He's wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. Part of his face is obscured.
President Trump was asked if he's concerned for his own safety in the current political climate.
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country.
Charlie Cook's body was flown on Air Force Two from Utah to Arizona, where he lived with his family. Vice President Vance accompanied Kirk's wife, Erica. The U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, was briefly locked down after receiving reports of a threat. As law enforcement officers responded, the Navy says a midshipman mistook a law enforcement officer for a threat, engaged, and was shot. He's in stable condition. There was no actual threat. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's effort to prevent certain immigrant children from enrolling in the Head Start program. CBS's Linda Kenyon has more from the White House.
The administration sought to bar children in this country illegally from taking part in the early childhood program, but the Head Start associations of several states sued. The judge's ruling means Head Start, along with community health programs accessible by federal law since the Clinton administration, are accessible again. The Trump administration had tried to change that as part of a broader effort to disincentivize illegal immigration.
Correspondent Jim Krasula reports AI chatbots have gotten the attention of federal regulators.
The Federal Trade Commission is asking several social media and artificial intelligence companies about the potential harms to children and teenagers who use their AI chatbots as companions. The FTC has sent letters to companies including Google parent Alphabet Incorporated and Facebook and Instagram parent Meta Platforms.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
The Crowley family is set to say goodbye to Downton Abbey with the final movie hitting theaters.
The big day is almost here for Downton Abbey fans.
It's hard to accept that it's time to go.
Reviews are in for the grand finale movie that opens in theaters tomorrow.
The future of Downton Abbey is now in Mary's hands.
He will be a sensation.
The Associated Press calls it a loving send-off. Variety, thoroughly fun. The Hollywood Reporter, overstuffed but endearing. Besides Violet Crowley, played by Maggie Smith, who died last year, almost everyone in the cast will be back.
This really is the night that shook the world.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
With the Primetime Emmy Award show coming up on Sunday, a new poll shows about half of U.S. adults say they've watched all or most of an award show on TV or streaming in the past year. That's from the Associated Press. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is talk radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show. Half a day, everybody. Biba Betness, and welcome back here to the Brightside. We're just about to get started, but of course, a big thank you to some people bringing the show. Shout out to our friends at Sherwin-Williams. Rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Seal your roof with Sherwin-Williams silicone roofing, engineered for Guam's toughest weather, from blazing sun to pounding rain. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. We also want to thank our friends at Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam's premier provider of professional security services, delivering operational excellence in protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We want to thank our friends at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Visit them online and get any of their 19 Subway series sandwiches. At SubwayPacific.com, you can order there and pick it up at your convenience or or get it delivered to you. It's powered by Good To Go. We deliver. We also want to thank our friends at MicroPack. Get the latest in technology and electronics over there at MicroPack. You can visit them at their 2 locations in the Micronesia Mall, as well as on Challenge San Antonio in Tamuning. We also want to thank our friends over at GTA. We start with you. And of course, a shout out's going out to our friends over there at Chili's. More life, great food, and great value happen here. We also want to thank our friends over at Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead at the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Bright Side. Let's go ahead and get started.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door. She liked DVDs, tattoos, and Paramore. She'd say half a mile ago, por favor.
All right, welcome back. Biba Betness, 3:14 in the afternoon. My name is Paulie Suba. 3:14 in the afternoon, right? 671-922-1051 or 1052. I was wrong. The public hearings today in the afternoon had nothing to do. I don't know why I thought it was about procurement. One was Bill 163 relative to transfer on death benefits, death beneficiary designation for motor vehicles. The other is Bill 157 relative to adding stronger penalties for crimes of third-degree criminal sexual conduct committed against younger victims. Bill 162 They're all done. They lasted about an hour. Relative to adding fines and stronger penalties, terroristic conduct, including bomb scare threats. And I saw Superintendent Eric Swanson was there. I believe he was speaking on Bill 162. Okay, so I haven't watched any of that, so that's probably something that I'll look into over the weekend, and we can digest that on Monday. And I know there are a number of other things too that we can get into by Monday. But I did not get the opportunity to talk about the town hall meeting that was over in Jigo on self-determination and political status, right? And so this was hosted once again by Senator William Parkinson, and he is going to put together a resolution. But before they put together the resolution, he's going around doing these town hall meetings with the Commission on Decolonization and the task forces, right, on each political status. So that's independence, free association, and statehood. And it's all on the record as well. If you want to watch it in its entirety, you can go to Will Parkinson's Instagram, and you can watch it from beginning to end. So, again, this was Wednesday night. The next one's going to be at MTM. I'm sure there's going to be a release and an agenda that gets sent out too, so we know the exact dates. But it's going to be an MTM. So he frames the event as educational and collaborative, right? He says this is for educational purpose. We are all on the same side, on the same mission to get decolonization for our island. Same side meaning that all three task forces are aligned that we have to get out of this status quo, that we have to get out of being a unincorporated territory. And Melvin Wampat Borja, who is the director of the Commission on Decolonization, says that we've outgrown this status. So he says, why now? He's advocating for statehood, and no secret that he's advocating for statehood. But with that said, he very respectful of the other task forces and the other political statuses. And so he talks about the rising tensions in the Indo-Pacific. They edge us closer to World War III, and Guam sits on the cusp of that danger. China has developed a medium-range missile nicknamed the Guam Killer, designed specifically to strike our island. He says we cannot just hope for the best. We have to take action to ensure our island's safety and survival for peace. He quotes Leland Bettis of the Pacific Center for Island Security. If U.S. military installation in Guam makes us a target, then the military needs to provide us some cover. So, again, he's advancing his resolution 2938, a comprehensive examination of statehood or an enhanced autonomous status for Guam on terms defined by the people of Guam, ensuring constitutional rights, political equality, economic well-being, and cultural heritage. For all the talk over the years about political status, he says, there's been very little focus on the options, and I want to change that. He argues statehood clarifies defense obligations and deterrence. He said, we must remove any doubt about security. We must solidify our place in the American family such that any attack on Guam, I like to say in Guam, but whatever, it's me being petty, is unmistakably an attack on the United States itself. If Guam were to become a state, it would send an unmistakable message that this island is integral to an integral U.S. soil and not an expendable outpost. He says statehood preserves, not erases culture. Statehood would not erase our Chamorro culture or our identity. In fact, it can help preserve it. If we become the 51st state, it will preserve our culture. If we join China, we will be erased from history. Ultimately, this decision must come from the people of Guam. It is not for me or any one group to dictate. I would say it will be challenging if we become a state, because there are all kinds of policies that are in place that says that questions every turn of anything that talks about ethnicity and using federal monies to perpetuate that. I'm not saying that it's not impossible, but it would be very difficult to use. Close to impossible to use federal monies on that. State money, and even that's still not protected because we're susceptible to all kinds of lawsuits. And so Hawaii is a state. And what is happening at Kamehameha School, I mean, they're not using any government funds for Kamehameha schools. And a lawsuit, I mean, they've been sued before, but a lawsuit apparently is coming, if not already. But they are preparing. All you have to do is Google Kamehameha, it'll come up. And so this is me advocating for statehood too, but I know that we have to be very strategic too and weigh out all of our options. And statehood might not be the best option when we're talking about using government funds to sustain our culture. Because I think we can do it without government funds for sure. Just the people perpetuating our own language and our own culture, right? You don't need the government to do that, but understanding right now what we're doing, we have the Tomorrow Affairs. And that was under attack recently, right? Under this leaked rifle document. And so we're going to put it right back in the target for sure, all of these programs. So that's just something to think about too. He rejects doing nothing. He said, here are options that lay out how he characterizes these options. Attempt the native inhabitant vote anyway, which honors the UN-style decolonization principle that colonized people decide. However, it has been ruled unconstitutional, right? Any result could be invalidated or ignored. At best, he says it's symbolic, but it's going up against the federal law. He also says petition Congress and the president directly. Attorney Mike Phillips believes that. We need to just advocate stronger, go directly to Congress. Send more people. He also says hold an all-resident plebiscite, which would be legally valid. Everybody on the island can vote. And the other option, status quo. We just stay here. And he says that is unacceptable. Doing nothing is not a viable option. So, again, you can watch it in its entirety. You'll hear Senator Will Parkinson talk first. But I just want to pull from the Commission on the director of the Commission on Decolonization, Melvin Wampat Borja, what he said. It's a little under 10 minutes, but he gives us the history, the background on going all the way back to even before like 1898. But he gives us historical context of the challenges and also demystifies that the people of Guam never wanted this change in political status, because he shows how we've been advocating and then how it would get shut down. And so he did a great job of walking us through it for those who were at the town hall meeting. And so we'll play that now. Yeah. That's cool. It's Melvin Wampat Borja, the first video that I sent you. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. It might take, it's like a 9.5 minutes, so I think you have to let it load on your end. Okay, no. Yeah.
My apologies. She's on. Why isn't she saying nothing? Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Let me see if this will work better.
But it's the first person. It's Melvin Wampat, yes. So not Dr. Guthertz yet.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, just trying all my options here. Hello? Don't do this to us.
Apparently, Jardine was having a hard time yesterday playing it too.
Yeah.
Is it on mute?
No.
Because last time when I went to help her, it was on mute.
Guess what? Yeah. It's on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, here you go, guys. My bad, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. This should work better now.
I'll take less than that. Updates on Sansu. Wallace Melvin Wampat Borja. I'm the executive director of the Commission on Decolonization. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible so as to leave enough time for our task forces to talk about the different political status options. Just as a historical note, the Commission on Decolonization, as Senator explained earlier, was created by the legislature in 1996. Our predecessor was the Commission on Self-Determination, who led the effort for Commonwealth status. So some people, I think this history gets lost on, just over the number of years that we've existed. The reason why the Commission on Self-Determination transitioned into the Commission on Decolonization is simply because at that time we were doing precisely what Senator was talking about, being advocated in our community and engaging directly with the federal government and with Congress. And so when we put forward the desire for Commonwealth, that was done through a popular referendum, and Commonwealth, of course, came out the top option. Subsequently, we created the Guam Commonwealth Draft Act, which I'm sure many of you are aware of. A lot of people still ask today, why isn't Commonwealth going to be an option on a referendum or a plebiscite? The simple answer is that Commonwealth is not a fully self-governing status. So even at the time in the 80s and 90s when we were pursuing Commonwealth, had we attained Commonwealth, our journey would not have ended with Commonwealth. The same could be said for the CNMI. The CNMI should have elevated into a fully self-governing status after they have gone through this Commonwealth period. Commonwealth is often used as a transitional status. So in the case of the Philippines, which was also referenced by Senator, the Philippines voted on their political status. They chose independence, and for about a little bit over a decade, they were a Commonwealth. And that was used as a way to transition between being a territory and becoming fully self-governing. This is a really important aspect for decolonization because a lot of people have this idea that decolonization is a bad word. Well, I don't want that. I don't want to decolonize because if I decolonize, that means that the U.S. military is going to pack up today and then tomorrow China will be on our shores and it's World War II all over again. But that is a very inaccurate misconception. The legal obligation of the United States or any administering power, this is an obligation to all of the superpowers that have controlled other nations, other peoples over time, is that they must give us a just and fair, transparent transition. that is owed to us. They cannot just, no matter what status we choose, whether it's statehood, independence, free association, all of those represent significant changes in the way that we govern ourselves. Each of them gives us an opportunity to be fully self-governing, which is not what we have today. Yes, we have an organized local government that was created by the Organic Act in 1950, but it is undeniable that Guam is under the unilateral control of the federal government, control of Congress. There's something called the plenary powers, the territorial clause. It basically means that Congress can do with the territories what they wish. So yes, we can create our own local laws. We can put forward our desires and policy at a local level. But at any time, the U.S. Congress has the right, the sovereign right, to upend everything that we do at a local level. And this is precisely why we are pursuing a full measure of self-government. So when you hear decolonization, decolonization does not mean that, we want to just be on our own and we want to roll the dice, take our chances with China. That's not how this works. What we're asking for is a full measure of self-government. A full measure of self-government can be attained through any one of these three status options. That's the reason why our local legislature passed a law in the way that they did and identified these three statuses, because these are the only three political status options that can alleviate a colonial jurisdiction of colonial control. It is the only way that they're the only options that are recognized as delivering a full measure of self-government. And they obviously do it in different ways, right? Statehood and free association and independence are all very different in their own unique ways, but each of them meet the criteria for a full measure of self-government. I mean, guys, this is a universal principle. People want to govern themselves. Humans everywhere, throughout history, throughout the dawn of time, have desired an opportunity to govern themselves. Wars were fought over this, time and time again. We're not asking for anything special or unique. We're asking for something that is owed to us, that is a basic human right. Self-determination is a basic human right. And so the Commission on Decolonization, as was mentioned in the earlier presentation, our mandate, our ability to execute our mandate has changed because of the Davis case, the outcome of the Davis case. All right. Basically, what the Davis case ruled, the Ninth Circuit Court, was that we cannot proceed on a public referendum that uses public resources, government money, if we are going to limit the eligibility, voter eligibility. Now, just to be clear, okay, the reason why this exists in our policy from the Guam legislature is because it was a recognition of our community's call to our leaders that we are recognizing our people, the reality of our people is changing rapidly. When we voted on Commonwealth back in the 80s, Somotos were still the vast majority, the colonized people of Guam were the vast majority of the population, roughly about 45%. Filipinos, roughly about 20%. Now keep in mind also that the definition that we adopted was called native inhabitant of Guam. We define native inhabitant as anyone who became a citizen of the United States by virtue of the Organic Act in 1950. The reason why we use that is because it was not a race-based classification, it was a time-based political definition. And we did that because nobody here who became a citizen in 1950 voted to become a citizen in 1950. The Organic Act of Guam was an act of Congress. It was not an act of self-determination. So we are simply calling it what it is. And we're recognizing that the right is still owed to the native inhabitants of Guam, which includes ethnic Filipinos, right? There are a lot of Filipinos who are living in Guam during Camp Rojas after the war. A lot of those people who stayed in Guam became U.S. citizens. All of them. All the Filipinos who stayed in Guam from 1950 and on became U.S. citizens by virtue of the Organic Act. And so, because of the ruling in the Davis case, it basically put a pause on our ability to set a date on a referendum. What it did not do is prevent the Commission on Decolonization from carrying out the other part of its mandate, which is to educate the community. And so I just want to direct you folks to some of the resources that we've been developing over the last few years. My crew is right over here. It's Harmony and Byron. You can come and talk to us right after the town hall. We have a self-government study, which is available in full digital version. Our website is decol.guam.gov, decol.guam.gov. And the study is a comprehensive analysis of Guam's right to self-determination, what is wrong with our current status, and what could our realities be under a different status. So it runs in two sections. The second section is basically an analysis of different aspects of our government and what they look like in other places that have a different status. And it does comparative analysis to other places, like Hawaii is a state. Similar, it's probably the only state that we can get as close to in comparison, right? So we use Hawaii a lot as a comparison for statehood. For free association, we use basically all of the nations, our neighbors in Micronesia, all of them are freely associated, have similar realities as us here in Guam and Micronesia, right? And then of course there are other smaller independent nations, like Singapore is often referenced as a model because Singapore also has similar realities in terms of demographics, land size, resource access, and all that good stuff. So I'm not going to dig into it. It's a 600-page study. But we're happy to talk to you about it. We have resources. We even got the Cliff Notes version, guys. 600 pages might be intimidating for you. Guam on that at a glance.
All right, so are you on the second video now?
I am getting her
Okay.
ready.
Yeah. So basically, I kind of wanted to cut that up real quick.
Sure.
Because I put the YouTube link. I put the link up on our YouTube
Awesome.
channel now. So what he's talking about, you go to decol.guam.gov. If you're on our YouTube, you can grab that link. And so it's a one-stop shop. The study has been done already, right? And obviously, do your own research. Check anything else out that might be out there. But a lot of times, it'll redirect you right over here. Scholars have already been involved in this study. The economist at Bank of Guam, what was his name? We used to hang out with him at on the 8th floor. He's an economist that all kinds of people would we would in news and media, but he is in this. He worked on this study, but all of these University of Guam scholars and from other U.S. territories, they worked on this study. And so Dr. Guthertz was saying, the University of Guam should be a part of, looking at the pros and cons of what Guam will look like for all three political statuses. I would say University of Guam did the dang study. There are professors currently at the University of Guam that did it and worked on it, right? And so you'll see political status resources on statehood, free association, and independence. There's a video that you can watch on Decolonization 101, the quest for self-determination, the quest for self-governance, There's a 20-page educational insert, a territory like no other. There's the Giha Motna at a glance. It's a condensed, easily accessible version of Giha Motna. So it allows you to it makes it easier to swallow, right? Like he had mentioned, it's 600 pages.
It's a lot, yeah.
So, I mean, you can always refer back to the main study, but they have these pamphlets. They have all of this information that is easy to even compare, and they give you like the Cliff's Notes, like what Melvin Wampat Bora was saying. But I want to play one more, and then we'll take the break. He kind of just
sums it up.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. He sums up the whole thing once again, and what he says is extremely powerful to me. It's what I think about all the time when people say decolonization is un-American, and I say, didn't the United States of America
It's the most American thing you could do.
decolonize? Weren't they a colony? And so here's Melvin Wampat Borja.
tool. It's a teaching tool so that you can start to learn more about each status and make an informed decision come time for a plebiscite. And so that's really what we are here to do. And that's what we exist to do. Any of you that are interested in having discussions and bringing us in so that we can talk to your community, we want to thank Senator Parkinson for taking initiative and hosting a town hall meeting. We do this regularly throughout the week. On the weekends, at nights, we show up to events, we provide information, we talk to people about political status. The Commission on Decolonization is not built to tell you which status to choose. Our commission is built to tell you that our political status as an unincorporated territory of the United States is wrong, and you deserve better. And there are better options, and they could either be free association, independence, or statehood, but it definitely is not the status quo. And so I encourage all of you to reach out to us. Please take some of our information home. We have enough for everyone to take an extra for your family. I think what's really important is that we reinvigorate this discussion. In the 80s, when we were pursuing Commonwealth was a household topic. Every single government of Guam letterhead used to say Commonwealth now. You know why? Because we were all on board. We were all excited about this idea that we were going to get one step closer to governing ourselves. And it's an important thing. It's a beautiful thing. Decolonization is not anti-American. If your family serves in the U.S. Armed Forces, so do ours. And we're not here to disrespect that legacy. As a matter of fact, decolonization is also a well-recognized American principle. Wasn't the United States also a colony of the Brits? Didn't they also fight a war to become self-governing? These are American principles. We're not doing anything crazy. This is not unprecedented. We're one of the last 17 non-self-governing nations in the world. There's only 17 of us. You know why? Because the rest of the world got with the program and figured out, hey, we want to govern ourselves. We have a right to govern ourselves. Whether that's going to be in partnership with their colonizer, whether that's going to be in an independent status or in a freely associated status. But those are the options that are recognized. Those are the options that will empower us to fully achieve Guam's potential. Guam has great potential. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. But we are not driving the stat map. We're not steering it. We're not in control of our own destiny. So, thank you for having us. We look forward to talking.
There you go. Guam has great potential. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And I'm not trying to get on my soapbox, but I say, when people say, well, we're so corrupt, pari system, we keep asking for handouts. The federal government, because we're an unincorporated territory, has an obligation. We are Americans here too. And so these are not handouts, it's a responsibility to not only make sure that we are capable, but also that they allow us to pursue self-determination for ourselves. And look up any country, look up any government, look up any society. People are inherently evil. We make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something called accountability. We just got to we just have to keep ourselves accountable to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And a more powerful word than accountable is believing in ourselves.
Come on, y'all.
3:44 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. Wave 105.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
Time is running out to join us for the first ever Run for Wishes. It's all going down Saturday, September 13th at the Leo Palace Resort. There's still a chance to register or volunteer and be a part of something truly special. Every step, every smile helps bring hope and makes dreams come true for children in Guam and the CNMI. Don't miss this moment. Make a weekend out of it by booking our Run Weekend Stay Special. Visit Leo Palace's Facebook and Instagram today for more information. And we'll see you at the Run for Wishes at the Leo Palace Resort.
Buenas and off the day, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. In the latest episode of the podcast, Doing Tech Right, Connect Safely Education Director Carrie Gallagher talks about considerations for getting a child their first phone or tablet.
It really isn't about the device. It's about the structures and parameters and behaviors that the parents craft around it. How are your children able to use it only with your supervision and only for a limited time? Or are they having full access all the time and it really is truly their device that they own? And that's the dynamic that parents need to consider as well.
And of course, it depends not just on the age of the child, but their maturity, whether they're careful enough with devices, and their ability and willingness to understand and follow family usage rules. You'll find a lot more advice from the full podcast at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. Viva Betness. It's the Brightside here on Wave 105. So at the town hall meeting, the task forces all spoke, right? So the first one was Free Association, and we'll just briefly talk about them. So that was Nolan Flores, who is part of the Free Association task force. And so he says, simply put, it's a formalized treaty-based relationship between two sovereign countries. Guam will become an independent country and then negotiate a compact of free association with the U.S. That compact could include defense, financial assistance, and access to programs. The key difference from territorial status is the terms of the compact are not unilaterally dictated by the United States. They are negotiated and they can be renegotiated over time. And so some examples, FSM, RMI, Palau, they're already on this path as freely associated states with compacts with the United States. They experience opportunities as well as challenges, and they have each successfully and recently renegotiated their compacts. There are some trade-offs. Every political status, whether statehood, independence, or free association come with trade-offs. He says we must consider every variable, what we may gain, what we may risk, and what responsibilities we may take on. He says the United States speaks on our behalf in forums such as the United Nations. Guam is sometimes given observer status, but the United States retains that authority to speak on our behalf. With free association, Guam could join regional and international organizations as a true partner, speak for itself like other Micronesian nations that have outsized influence on issues like climate change. For economic opportunities, he says you can use the exclusive economic zone. We'll have authority over that once again. This is tens of thousands of square miles of ocean resources that are currently under U.S. control. Guam would gain access and then choose to do what it wants with them. On the Jones Act, Guam could negotiate things like an exemption from the Jones Act that artificially inflates the price of goods here in Guam. And then we're strategically militarily, but we can be a strategic economic location. Potential transshipment and telecommunications. Already, we have the undersea cables that run through Guam. On cultural and legal protections through treaties, Guam can ensure that there are protections for culture, protections for land, protections for whatever it may be, built into the treaty agreement as well as built into our local constitution. For independence, just give you a little bit of what the Independence Task Force brought up. He says this is the most important conversation. I know his first name is Josh. I forgot his last name. Josh Lorente. Sorry.
That's
yeah.
my friend.
There you go.
We went to school together.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so he says this is the most important conversation that we need to be having on all issues: militarism, food insecurity, housing, cultural revival, are downstream of colonial status. If we want systemic solutions, we have to go upstream and address the real problem at the source. Decolonization cannot just be on the public agenda. It is the public agenda. On statehood, he says it's too slow, unlikely, and imposed from above. Statehood will take decades, and that is time that our people do not have. Alaska took over 90 years, Hawaii 60 years, Puerto Rico and D.C. have been waiting for decades, and Congress has not lifted a single finger, he said. For Guam to walk that same path and expect a different result is the textbook definition of insanity. And he's correct. Statehood has to be given to us. But a boy can dream, right? On free association, he says, to me, is just a half step to freedom. It's a half measure, and our people deserve better than half steps and half measures. Independence differs because independence does not have to be given to us. Independence does not have to be mutually agreed to. Independence is assertive. He addresses fears about China's Guam killer missile. He says China is not threatened by the Chamorro people. They're not threatened by the people of Guam. They are threatened by the presence of bases that we do not control because of our colonial status. And he argues that colonial militarization puts Guam at risk, and independence would let Guam set terms for its own defense. He also justifies it, right? He makes the case with history and sacrifice. He says we have more than earned the right to regain our independence. And so he gives an example. Put a fist up in the air if you or someone you love has served in the U.S. military. And everybody put their fist in the air. Everybody. It was a crowd of about 30 people, which I was actually pretty impressed. I was, at one point it was me, my wife, and a couple people that we knew that are usually at these meetings. Mm-hmm. So I would say more than 30. So if there are rows of about 6, 12, 18, 24, 36, about maybe 64 people in there.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not everybody spoke though. I'll just say, so we'll do an average.
Okay.
About 40 people were there.
Okay.
And yeah, I was very happy to see People were coming in and out between 5:30 and 9 p.m. People were even coming in at 8:30.
Good to
know. Yeah. So I didn't realize this, but Dr. Judy Guthertz was on the commission, the task force for statehood.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
And so she came up and she spoke
Sheesh, girl.
in favor of statehood. Obviously, though, she also says that any status is better than we got.
Mm-hmm.
And so political status has always been close to her heart, she says. I recognize the inequities, particularly that our indigenous people have experienced from colonization going back to the Spanish period. She says, each of us who call Guam home, and I love this about her. Yeah. She says, each of us who call Guam home have a real responsibility to know the history of our island and the history of our indigenous people and the sacrifices they have experienced under different colonial periods. She supported the indigenous-only vote before the Davis case. She said she was very supportive of the Chamorro self-determination. She said, I supported the indigenous vote. Since the Davis case, she said, we have been caught in a quagmire. We have not been able to move forward. She says, I was willing to give up my vote as a Guamanian to support the indigenous vote for self-determination. However, almost 30 years, we've been tied up now with no movement, and it's not fair to the children of Guam and to the people of Guam. And so she has a preference. She prefers statehood. She says statehood is full integration. Our American citizenship means something to our veterans, our Manumku that suffered during World War II, our children, and our grandchildren. She says, as the 51st state, and maybe with the Northern Marianas, we will be the focal point of the United States in this region. You have businesses that will want to invest here, opportunities to host international meetings. You will see our children have opportunities to excel and to come home. And she talked about that story, about she was heartbroken that family members had to leave for opportunity. And so that is very real. I just want to close this hour with what she says. Again, advocating for statehood, but even more than that, advocating for change to get out of this status quo, unincorporated territory position that we are in. And so here's Dr. Judy Guthertz.
So sorry, I'm loading that up here.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Let me see. You got it now?
Yes.
Okay.
That's one reason I'm following this. University of Guam should be one of the entities that assists the Commission in objective, factual research on the three statuses, especially the economic part, to share with the people of Guam. I'm not here to tell you to vote for statehood at this time, but I'm asking you to think about it along with the other two statuses. The United States right now, I don't know how to describe what's happening nationally. And unfortunately, it's a disappointment, at least to me. I want us to have a thriving democracy in our country. And you know what? We're the best example of that right now. Guam is the best place to be in the United States right now. And every day I pray that what we're seeing there doesn't come here. I'm praying that this will somehow change. Maybe not today, but maybe in the next 3.5 years or sooner. But that does not represent the real United States, what we're seeing right now. We are the best representative of the United States right now, Guam and the people of Guam. Because we do not discriminate white supremacy or anything like that. I don't, and look at me. I denounce it. I say, look at Guam. We are the best example of respect of people, all cultures. And as part of this effort, Mr. Senator, I believe our leaders can help find a solution to this quagmire we're in, where we're not seeing any movement. Not because people don't want movement. There are people that want movement. Representatives of the three statuses want movement. Senator Parkinson wants movement. As soon as
This is so silly. It literally
just dropped?
It says something went wrong while displaying this webpage. I could try again here.
No worries.
Hi, Days.
We are the best representatives of the United States right now. That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Guam and the people of Guam, because we do not discriminate. We do not have hate in our hearts. We do not want anything to do with white supremacy or anything like that. She said, look at me. I denounce it. Look at Guam. We are the best example of respect of people, all cultures. And she's right. Because what is happening right now with all of the violence and the hate, and then you see it on social media, it is tearing, it is dividing, it is divisive. I didn't say much about Charlie Kirk yesterday because he was murdered. He was assassinated yesterday. And I've been listening to him since 2019. And there are things that he has said that he makes some really good points. But he did. I don't even want to say it right now because we just really have to. I just want to focus on what Judy Guthertz had said. We are the best example, respect of people, all cultures. And we should be advocating for unity and not division. And if you go around and you are preaching division, then that's not something that I want to be a part of. 4:02 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. Wave 105 KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The manhunt continues for the shooter who killed political activist Charlie Cook in Orem, Utah. At a late evening news conference, Bo Mason, commissioner of Utah's Department of Public Safety, discussed new still photos and video of the suspect.
Please pay close attention to the T-shirt, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle, the hat with the triangle and the sunglasses.
Investigators have not named the suspect or cited a motive in the killing, and CBS's Anna Schechter reports they're seeking help from the public.
Clearly, authorities in Utah and federal authorities are hoping that by publicizing these images and that new video, that is going to be enough for someone to be able to identify this individual. It's challenging. He's wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. Part of his face is obscured.
President Trump was asked if he's concerned for his own safety in the current political climate.
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country.
Charlie Cook's body was flown on Air Force 2 from Utah to Arizona, where he lived with his family. Vice President Vance accompanied Kirk's wife, Erica. The U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, was briefly locked down after receiving reports of a threat. As law enforcement officers responded, the Navy says a midshipman mistook a law enforcement officer for a threat, engaged, and was shot. He's in stable condition. There was no actual threat. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's effort to prevent certain immigrant children from enrolling in the Head Start program. CBS's Linda Kenyon has more from the White House.
The administration sought to bar children in this country illegally from taking part in the early childhood program, but the Head Start associations of several states sued. The judge's ruling means Head Start, along with community health programs accessible by federal law since the Clinton administration, are accessible again. The Trump administration had tried to change that as part of a broader effort to disincentivize illegal immigration.
Correspondent Jim Krasula reports AI chatbots have gotten the attention of federal regulators.
The Federal Trade Commission is asking several social media and artificial intelligence companies about the potential harms to children and teenagers who use their AI chatbots as companions. The FTC has sent letters to companies including Google parent Alphabet Incorporated and Facebook and Instagram parent Meta Platforms.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
The Crowley family is set to say goodbye to Downton Abbey with the final movie hitting theaters.
The big day is almost here for Downton Abbey fans.
It's hard to accept that it's time to go.
Reviews are in for the grand finale movie that opens in theaters tomorrow.
The future of Downton Abbey is now in Mary's hands.
He will be a sensation.
The Associated Press calls it a loving send-off. Variety, thoroughly fun. The Hollywood Reporter, overstuffed but endearing. Besides Violet Crowley, played by Maggie Smith, who died last year, almost everyone in the cast will be back.
This really is the night that shook the world.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
With the Primetime Emmy Award show coming up on Sunday, a new poll shows about half of U.S. adults say they've watched all or most of an award show on TV or streaming in the past year. That's from the Associated Press. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Stay ahead of the scammers. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Even if you don't get emails from Nigerian princes anymore, phishing season certainly isn't over, that's for sure. Today's online scammers are more sophisticated, persistent, and a bigger risk, so you want tools to fight them. So consider checking out Phishing, that's spelled with a PH, or Not. It's a web app that uses a custom-built AI to compare your email or text against known phishing scams and deliver quick advice on suspicious email or text. It only takes one wrong guess to land you and your bank account in deep trouble. They have a free trial offer, so try it and find out what Phishing or Not can do for you. Find it at phishing or not.com. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Here's why restaurants like Chili's and Cheesecake Factory are beating McDonald's and Chipotle at their own game. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Consumers are tightening their belts and eating out less frequently, but sit-down restaurants like Chili's, Olive Garden, and Cheesecake Factory are thriving because they're delivering more value for about the same price as fast food. Chipotle and Cava both missed Wall Street forecasts for the latest quarter, and Wendy's CEO says the chain was not happy with its sales performance. But an industry consultant says at sit-down chains, consumers can get substantial portions that can create leftovers for the family, which creates real value. When fast food now feels expensive, the relative jump to casual dining seems more justifiable. Another key differentiator, at the sit-down chains, unlike the fast food chains, you can get alcohol. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Feeling good, getting things done. Wave 105 FM.
No more home office blues. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Remote work doesn't mean having to stay stuck in a stuffy apartment. Study Near Me is an app that helps you find those great working spots near you. It's a database of more than 26,000 cafes and other laptop-friendly public spots that offer fast Wi-Fi and charging plugs. And, of course, the stimulating beverages you need to make that workday fly. It's built on Google's listings, but then curates the list so it only highlights places that make sense for remote workers. There's a clear emphasis on work-friendly amenities, comfort, and freedom from unnecessary distractions. Get work done and change your work-from-home routine with Study Near Me. Enter your zip code and see where it takes you at studynearme.com. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
The youngest job seekers are the ones most likely to ask AI for advice, and they're glad they did. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. It shouldn't be a surprise. Today's young adults are finding new ways to use AI every day. So, of course, they're asking it for advice on where to work. And after they do, hardly any of them regret it. For young adults, getting a job without AI is unthinkable. They use it to identify high-demand, high-paying jobs, and then use it to write resumes and cover letters. Then they use it to prepare for interviews, and if they get an offer in another town, they ask AI whether they should relocate. A year into the job, they ask AI how to negotiate a raise. But for today's young workers, there is actually one source of job-related advice they use even more than AI. It's their parents. I'm Jeff Colvin.
All right, half a day, everybody, and welcome back here to the Brightside. Before we get into the show, we got to take care of your real deal traffic report. Big shout out to our friends over there at Mobile Oil Guam. Energy lives here. Download the app today and start receiving rewards from mobile. We also want to thank our friends over there at Guam Auto Spot. Be sure you check them out today. Of course, they're taking care of you. If you need to get into a new vehicle, a used one, whatever it is, check out their inventory online at guamautospot.com, and you can also schedule your test drive there. So be sure you do so and check them out today. Taking a look at traffic right now. Let's see. There is some heavy traffic going on here in the Route 16 area. We're talking about when you come on down from the overpass and then you get down to the intersection and where Harmon Loop Road is, or, just in Harmon. Definitely some heavy traffic headed that way. More so for those that are coming from the overpass and headed to that intersection. Everywhere else on all sides is looking pretty good. For anyone who is headed northbound on Route 1, you're coming from the Pali San Vitores Road. There's already a line of cars kind of building up there to the mall intersection. So just be on the lookout for that. Heavy traffic coming out from Ukadu for those who are headed to the intersection where the hospital in Dedido is. So just be aware of that. Where else can we find some heavy traffic? It doesn't look too heavy everywhere else. My apologies. It just kind of looks like your normal traffic kind of going on through. Then again, it is Friday. Some people are getting off a little bit early. Some people are trying to get their errands done and whatnot. So traffic might start to build up, and we'll definitely let you know a little bit later in the hour. But so far, it's just your usual, except for the Harmon Route 16 area. And then for those who are coming out from Ukadu. And that's pretty much it for your Real Deal Traffic Report. Once again, it's all being brought to you by our friends over there at Mobile Oil Guam. Energy lives here. And our friends over there at Guam Auto Spot.
You got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM. time is running out to join us for the first ever Run for Wishes. It's all going down Saturday, September 13th at the Leo Palace Resort. There's still a chance to register or volunteer and be a part of something truly special. Every step, every smile helps bring hope and makes dreams come true for children in Guam and the CNMI. Don't miss this moment. Make a weekend out of it by booking our Run Weekend Stay Special. Visit Leo Palace's Facebook and Instagram today for more information. And we'll see you at the Run for Wishes at the Leo Palace Resort.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show. Half a day, everybody, and welcome back. We are about to begin the Brightside here on Wave 105.1 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends over there at Chili's. More life, great food, and great value happen here. Big shout outs to our friends at Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. We also want to thank our friends over there at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Be sure you check them out. You can visit them online at subwaypacific.com and order any of your favorites, including those 19 Subway Series sandwiches. Pick it up at your convenience or get it delivered to you, powered by Good to Go. We deliver. We also want to thank our friends over there at Micropack. Be sure you check them out. They got 2 locations to serve you in the Micronesia Mall, and then they have their location in Challenge, San Antonio in Tamuning. Big shout outs to our friends over there at Micropack. We also want to thank our friends over at Sentinel Security Solutions. Be sure you check them out. They're Guam's premier provider of professional security services, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends over at GTA. We start with you, and our friends at Sherwin-Williams. The wet season is on its way, and your roof needs to be ready. So don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain to get ahead with weather. Be sure you check out their weather-ready coatings. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sherwin-Williams. Once again, welcome to the Brightside here on Wave. Let's get started.
I ran into this girl the night before. She reminded me of a golden shore.
All right, welcome back, Biba Badness. It's Friday, September 12th, 4:17 in the afternoon. Here's our number, 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, and our YouTube channel is Wave 105.1 FM Guam. So happening right meow, since 3 p.m. over the Micronesia Mall Concourse 1, Unit 105. They are distributing the Summer EBT 2025 cards. And so they are doing this until 7 p.m. tonight. They're near the wind chills at the Micronesia Mall Concourse 1, Unit 105, right? So again, Monday through Friday from 3 to 7, September 12th. And then again, they'll start up again on Monday from the 15th to the 19th. On weekends, so tomorrow and Sunday, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. They'll do it again for this weekend and the next weekend, September 20 to the 21st. So remember, who's eligible? Children who are enrolled and attended at a NSLP or SBP school at any point between July 1st, 2024 and August 6, 2025. School-age children 5 to 18 years old who are not enrolled in these programs. So if your kid goes to school and they get free breakfast and free lunch, then more than likely they have this benefit, right? Because this allows, it's basically reimbursing families that paid for food during the summer, right? Because this program is supposed to feed these children that are in low income, that are part of low income families. And so GDOE qualifies because they're like, look at the poverty level here. And so GDOE. They're all of the GDOE schools have applied and they qualify. I think GAX does too. I'm not sure about any of the other schools. But if you are on SNAP, then you qualify, right? And maybe you're not going to GDOE. Maybe you're going to a school that doesn't have this program, but you are a SNAP beneficiary. So you also qualify, as well as TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. So again, the dates are for between July 1st, 2024 to August 6th, 2025. Eligible children with existing cards will have their card automatically loaded today. What time today? I don't know. We're going to go find out when I get out of here. Eligible children with existing cards but whose benefits did not load, you are asked to proceed to the distribution site. And you can go right now. They're open until 7 today. Eligible children with existing cards but whose benefits did not load, you're again asked to proceed to the site. SNAP and TANF children with EBT cards who qualified for the under 6-year-old group from previous PEBTs will need to get a new card if they are eligible for the summer EBT 2025. How much? $177. The expiration date, just so you know, you have until January 12th of next year, 2026, to spend these monies, because it'll be there, and then on January 13th, it more than likely won't be there. So you have that amount of time to spend the $177. Okay, so there you go. This is what we're gonna do. The two bills. Actually, the public hearing was on two bills and a resolution to basically ask Congress and the president to reallocate that $100 million for a medical complex in Mangilao, reallocate it to the current hospital. So let's just start with attorney, because we're not going to have time to play all of these. But we'll play we will play the first one that I gave you, and that is Attorney General Doug Moylan, right?
Yes, sir.
And so he's basically he's saying it's over. The governor's overreaching in her powers, and so we'll just play it. I don't worry, I got Moots on standby too, so we're gonna get both sides. Legal counsel of the office of the governor, Jeffrey Moots, also. We'll play that, but first, Attorney General Doug Moylan.
What we're really talking about here for the three bills is a structure of government and the check and balances that are built into the structure of government that both Congress and legislatures past and this legislature have built into the system. The first bill is shocking, like the last two commentators have indicated, because it's essentially declaring martial law and taking away the check and balances and the role of the three branches of government, and especially the executive and the legislative. Ever since the governor attempted to enter into a lease lone wolf with the Admiral in 2023, and we could not approve it, the Attorney General's office, this Attorney General, has stood for your rights as legislators, as members of a co-equal branch of government. The violation that occurred there was that the governor was trying to obligate the legislature, our people, to a debt that both the Supreme Court of Guam had previously ruled could not be done by one branch of government. And in essence, that is the most powerful power of the legislature, to investigate, to appropriate funds, and to decide how the to investigate, appropriate funds, and to decide what the debt structure of the people will be. In the first Eagle Point lease, it was indebting our people to a long-term commitment with the federal government when there was no money identified. For the current obligation, although the governor may have authority to legally spend the $105 million, and that's where the Attorney General's office is at odds with the governor, that she has not legally committed it, it's obligating the people of Guam without consulting with the senators. The public policy decision on whether to build a hospital in a certain location invariably involves the legislature, because the governor, although she has an Organic Act authority to oversee health care, you cannot oversee health care without the legislature, because there's debt, there's structure, there's commitment of salaries and equipment. These are all things that the current MMC, the Manila Medical Complex, fails to embody. It's one branch of government trying to tell us all that we're going to go down this path without having the funding. As I said last year, and has become painfully obvious now, healthcare is failing. The Attorney General's role, I see the Attorney General's role primarily to protect the structure of government right now, to require that the governor meet with you senators in order to work out a solution. Whether to build a hospital in Manila or not is really up to you and the governor. It's not up to the governor, or it's not up to the legislature. There's got to be a collaboration, but this is philosophical, what I'm saying right now. The idea that Bill number 1S, it's removing the check and balance that is akin to a martial law. I think there's a lot of controversy what occurred during Guam's pandemic. I think I was part of that legislature back in the 24th as a legislative council, if not the 26th legislature, that enacted the initial public law. In cases of emergency, the governor was given certain authorities and powers. I view this emergency powers bill as a self-inflicted type of situation the governor created. She has put the people of Guam into a hole that it was inevitable that the public hospital was going to fail, given the decades of everybody concerned that a public hospital cannot pay for itself. It always goes back to the money. The government of Guam has been unable to properly fund our health facility, the hospital, for decades now. They're always coming in for emergency appropriation. The facility is failing. It's much like what's going on with the schools. But without having to blame anybody right now, the removal of the check and balances that both Bill number 1S and 1S is not the solution from a legal point of view, because it removes the Attorney General from the ability to do what you guys told me to do and told the prior Attorney Generals to do since 2009. And that was to make sure that money wasn't spent so that the people, the law enforcement, you name it, have to investigate and then go after the money. It's a check valve before the money is spent. That's what 5 GCA 5150 talks about, that it has to go through the Attorney General. Why do we know that? Because before 5150 passed, the autonomous agencies had their own attorneys and they were processing procurements. My first term in office, we never had the 5150. But a legislature in 2009 said, wait a minute, we got to stop the spending of money without an elected official looking over it. Hence the public auditor and the Attorney General in the Organic Act. We both were created as an office equivalent to the legislature, equivalent to the judiciary, and equivalent to the governor. You must have an Attorney General, you must have a public auditor, cannot be removed by fiat of a legislature, the local legislature. That is the significance of the structure of government and what we're talking about now. We also note that, and this is again philosophical, when you have unprecedented revenues coming into the government at almost 1.4 billion that the government is seeing, and you see healthcare, public safety, and education going the opposite way, there's something wrong. And that's what concerns me about these first two bills, that you're removing the design of Congress, the design of the local legislature on the roles, and then removing the check and balances that were incorporated into it. So we would oppose Bill number 1, Bill number 2. Now, the resolution that was floated, and I applaud you senators that have introduced and signed off on this, because this it cuts to the heart of the problem. We're not trying to stop $105 million from going to the people of Guam. We're trying to stop $105 million where the federal government's going to claw it back because this governor failed to bring in the legislature back in December. And it's documented. I sent letters and I spoke publicly. Governor, sit down with the legislature and the Attorney General so we could decide how to commit. And this was the prior Guam legislature was in authority at that point. So that we could discuss using and obligating the $105 million, because I, of all people, as everyone here, we can use $105 million in this community. The danger of what the governor did is she ignored the legislature, proceeded down a path, in the darkness of night, went with Gura and committed $105 million. I've had my staff circulate again to you Massachusetts. $1.2 billion of ARP money was clawed back by the federal government because they misspent it. They didn't follow the rules. That is what Guam is facing. It's not that we're not going to get $105 million, it's that we're going to use it and then we're going to have to pay it for something that's not helping us in the here and now. That is a public policy decision, how to use the $105 million. That's your decision and the governor's decision. But the danger is now that, and by the way, it's sitting in our office and they've just pulled it back, the GPA infrastructure, that's where most of the $105 million is going to go. They're going to lay it from whatever terminals all the way to Manilao, and that's it. There's no more money. I call it the monolith. 10 years to 15 years of a complex. They don't even have the plans designed for that complex. So,
all right, there you go. So you hear him talk about 5150. That's Guam Code Annotated 5150. It's a procurement law. Specifically, the Attorney General's role in reviewing contracts. So for any government contract over $500,000, the AG must act as legal counsel during all phases of the procurement process. This means the AG is supposed to be involved from start to finish. And so later on, Jeff Moot says that he's not doing that. He argues that the AG isn't fulfilling the 5150 correctly, saying agencies only get a last-minute signature instead of a full step-by-step counsel. So we'll take the break, and then on the other side, eventually Jeff Moots gets involved into the discussion, right? The legal counsel of the Office of the Governor. Basically, it's when Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani is having a conversation with the AG, and I think she sees what I see when the AG's talking. Ed Byrne and Moots are looking at each other, and they're swaying their head left to right, like nope. So I think she sees what I saw. I don't know, but she looks at them and says, "Can they testify? Are they here? I'd like to ask them a question, right?" So we'll do that on the other side of this break right here on Wave 105. It's the Brightside on the Talk of Guam.
Biba. All right, everybody. We are coming back here to the bright side in just a bit, but of course, we got to take care of that real deal traffic. So let's go ahead and see what's going on out there. Big shout outs, of course, to our friends over there at Mobile Oil Guam. Energy lives here. You can go ahead and check them out. Download the app, please. They got rewards that are ready to be redeemed by you. So download the app today. Again, big shout outs to our friends at Mobile Oil Guam. Energy lives here. We also want to thank our friends over there at Guam Auto Spa. Wow, where are we going with that? Shout out to our friends at Guam Auto Spa. You can go ahead and visit them online at guamautospa.com to find out what cars they have on the lot ready for you to test drive. So schedule that test drive online at guamautospa.com today. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at these roadways, see what's going on out here. Has anything changed from the last time we checked? Let's see that Harmon Road. I don't know why my words are all mumble jumbled right now. But in Harmon, on Route 16, there is traffic. Not as bad as earlier, which is really great to see. But still, the traffic is slowly building up at the, once again, the Harmon Loop intersection there on Route 16 and then also if you continue towards Route 1 where the Micro Mall intersection is, you definitely can find yourself in just a little bit of traffic there. That Ukadu traffic is still looking pretty heavy though. It has not changed since the last time we talked about it. So for anyone who's coming out from Ukadu, just be aware that's something you'll have to deal with if you're trying to get out from Ukadu. Let's go ahead and check elsewhere and see where else traffic is happening. In Dedido, in front of the Santa Barbara Church, right, on Main Road, Route 1, there's definitely traffic coming from all sides of the intersection, whether you're headed north or south, it really doesn't matter. Nothing too heavy, but again, just something that you want to look out for, especially if you're traveling that way. And then here on Route 1 in Sumlining, at the JFK intersection, there's a lot of cars already headed northbound to that same intersection. The hill where Tumon is, or I'm sorry, the hill where you're coming from Tumon up to the JFK intersection is not too bad. It's kind of congested when you get closer to the intersection, but I think that'll clear up pretty smoothly in just a bit. And then we have traffic coming out from the Airport Road as well as going into Airport Road from Route 1. And also a long line of cars already form at that same intersection for anyone who is headed northbound on Route 1. You're headed towards the Airport Road intersection. Let's see where else, just in case, right, if I missed anything. In Hagåtña, the Chikapua Loop, there's so traffic there, but nothing that's going to hold you back too long. In Otdid, it's looking okay. In Chalampago, it's looking all right. I think that's pretty much it. Let's just go down south real quick and see what's going on there. Traffic's okay in Xotña. A little bit traffic, right? For those that are driving into Xotña, you're coming from like that super twisty, turny road, and you come up to Xotña where Mobile is in Xotña. So there is some traffic right in front of the Mobile. And then even... Oh, okay, good. We're good for the rest of the south. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. So continue to just drive safely, friends. It doesn't matter which way you're headed. North, south, east, west. Just continue to drive safe and keep it locked here. We will be returning back to the Brightside here on Wave 105.1 FM.
When your company achieves success, it deserves more than recognition. It deserves a celebration. The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa will set the stage for events that inspire, impress, and bring teams together. From board meetings to year-end parties, the Hilton's dedicated team ensures every detail reflects your company's excellence. And when you book your banquet, enjoy exclusive savings on guest rooms. The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, where businesses celebrate success. Call 671-646-1835, extension 5306 to plan your next corporate event.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
Here we go. We're going to take a look at some national headlines here on the show. Of course, this is being brought to you by our friends over at McDonald's of Guam. Be sure you check them out. Fall is here and they got the fall flavors for you. You can get that pumpkin and cream pie. You can get yourself the delicious pumpkin spice latte. And why not get yourself a pumpkin coffee? All of that is available over there at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and take a look at our national headlines.
CBS News Brief. The FBI released photos and video of a suspect in the killing of political activist Charlie Kirk on a Utah University campus. But without a name or a motive yet, Utah Governor Spencer Cox is asking for the public's help.
We continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information.
President Trump talked about Kirk and the manhunt.
A great man, great in every way, especially with youth. And what this man did was disgraceful. So hopefully we'll have him and we will deal with him very appropriately.
A federal judge blocked a Trump administration order preventing children in the U.S. illegally from enrolling in Head Start. Law professor Lori Levinson.
The court found that, in fact, the proper procedures were not used to stop this, and it's not clear under the currently written law that, in fact, these immigrants should not have access to Head Start.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Welcome back to Brightside here on Wave 105. So back to the public hearing that happened this morning, right, on Bills 1, 2, and a resolution from the legislature. Senator Chris Barnett says that he's not comfortable with broad overreaching powers. The bill actually exceeds in a lot of ways the powers that the governor had during the COVID-19 pandemic. What I do support is a meaningful, real effort where we all kind of sit down at the table and really hash out these ideas, right? So what started was Dr. Tom Shea, right? And so even he talks about the fight is not over, apparently. There's still hope for some in the medical field that a new hospital can be built on EPOW Point. But they really need to press the legislature then, if that's what they want to do, because what was sent down from the governor as well was the bill that would transfer that property out of the CLTC and give it back to the Perez family. And then maybe it could still work out, right? Maybe it could work out where they're like, okay, it's with the Perez family now. And then the medical community can say, all right, we'll buy it from you and we'll build our medical complex. Dr. Tom Shea has a pretty comprehensive PowerPoint that I think you should just watch it in its entirety. You can go to the YouTube and you can just watch it for yourself. And you can opine and you can call in and tell me what you think. But I'm not playing that. So Dr. Ho Win also, he has pretty... The energy kind of comes down a bit when Dr. Ho Win speaks. But, I mean, they're on the same page, very concerned about overreach and whatnot, right? Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani says when she was in the media, she said that at the time that they were stonewalled. She remembers being censored by the office of the governor. Microphones were muted during press conferences, golf carts, hotels, isolation facilities, the quarantine facilities, monies that were being spent on these rooms that people weren't even staying in. And so she's saying this is, again, about complete control. And I can't support either one of those bills. The second bill just circumvents the law. It puts us in the middle of a lawsuit between the AG and the governor. And there was a little bit of that. You could tell. I mean, Senator Chris Duenas says, I'm a little uncomfortable here. You don't see a robe on me, do you? We didn't go to law school or anything. What is going on here? Because there was some back and forth between the AG and Jeffrey Moots, right? They're both attorneys. And they're in a legal dispute right now in court, too. And so we saw a little bit about that, a little bit of it. And it made Senator Chris Duenas uncomfortable. I think Senator Will Parkinson said the same thing as well. But before we get to Attorney Jeff Moots, another attorney is on the line. Attorney Pete, yeah. Off a day, Attorney Pete. You there? Attorney Pete?
Hi, sir. You're here.
Biba Betness.
Biba!
No, it's funny you were talking about the looks on the faces because that's the same look that the Guam Supreme Court justices
really
had when he argued in front of them, because it's very hard to understand the gibberish that comes out of his mouth. I'm talking about Doug Moylan. But anyways, that's not why I called.
Okay.
But, I just wanted to make that comment because you were talking about it.
Okay.
Earlier, I caught a little bit of what you're talking about someone saying that, if they use the ARPA money and then later on they don't use, or they close the hospital or whatever, they're going to need the money back. Is that something? What were you saying?
So they'll take that. So they'll take that. So wait till I play Fernando Esteves's. I don't know if you watched him speak. He testified.
No,
right?
no. Well, what is the basic point? What are
The
they saying?
resolution is to redirect the money back to the current hospital. Now the governor is saying we're on a timeline here. First of all, it can't be redirected because we've already passed the timeline to allocate it for a specific purpose, and that specific purpose said is for the medical complex in Manilao, right? And so it can't be reallocated anymore. Now, Senator Chris Duenas says that he has files or documentation that proves that other jurisdictions in the continental U.S. have done this, and they've got the okay. Fernando Esteves says, well, what are you doing? We're in the middle of budget cuts, obviously, with the bill, right? The budget bill, reducing the budget from the BPT, rolling it back from 5 to 4.5. So you're already reducing local taxes. And so what is at stake here is $100 million in federal monies. And you're playing a dangerous game, he says. And I haven't even played that part yet.
Well, what is the point? Who made a point that, like, if they use the money for a hospital and later on the hospital closes, they're going to take the money back? Who said that? That's what I thought I heard. Something about taking back money. Is that what I heard, or did I mishear that?
The only thing that I played so far of this is Moylan.
Right. Was he saying that the federal government would take back money or something?
Yeah. He said. Yeah, well, he points to the lawsuit in Massachusetts not using the ARPA money properly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I thought I heard something about, like, if they use the money, right, and it's spent already for a hospital, and then they close the hospital or something like that, then they're gonna have to pay the money back, something like that.
Oh, that's a letter that I read. That's a completely different thing. That's for the CDBG Disaster Relief Fund. Yes, HUD is saying if we're going to take this CDBG DR money and invest it into a building, and then no longer need the building, we'll have to pay them back, because once they fund a project, a building, we have to use that building. In the letter says forever, because it was funded by HUD. So so he's giving an example. If we were, because the legislature is advocating that we use a big chunk of that $500 million, I think $100 million for GMH, for GDOE and villages and whatnot. And so he's saying, you got to be careful. And so he lays it down in this long report. I don't have it in front of me now. So that's what's in that letter. He gives an example. That's a whole nother thing that we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I only caught, like I said, a part of it.
Yeah.
But I've never heard of, like, let's say they get a grant of money.
Well, this is separate. CDBG
right.
is the disaster relief money, that $500 million that GURA has, right? And so they did the town hall meetings, and the process to get these monies are not open yet. But so they've introduced a resolution, and so Fernando Esteves is aware of this resolution, and he's basically saying, listen, here's one warning. on long-term obligations. If the CDBG-DR money is used for GovGuam properties like GMH or GDOE schools, the government must maintain them forever. If they stop using them for the intended purpose, HUD can demand repayment based on current market value. Example he gives, if Gura spends $50 million on GMH and later GMH is abandoned or repurposed, Guam might owe HUD $100 million back because he's referencing, again, current market value. That's what you heard.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that in court, though. That just I don't know if there's precedent for that. You cannot obligate someone, forever and ever. That's not how the world works. Once you give a grant this year, you can't hold them to it forever. Sure. If you get a grant to buy a vehicle and the vehicle dies, right? Or it doesn't make sense. That's the first time I've ever heard something like that. That's why my ears perked up.
Well, I think what the letter comes back to is we know this current hospital will be, how long can it last? Another 5 years, 10 years? It's going to go away. So that time frame isn't, even if I understand what you're saying forever, but, what's the lifespan of a building? 50, 60, 70, not 10. So why would why would HUD, that flag could be raised and say, you use this money, but now it's gone. And so that's what he is cautioning. He's not saying that they can't do it. He's cautioning. Yeah.
I'd like to see that letter. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it. I'll send it to you.
Send it to me, because it doesn't pass the smell test.
Okay. Got it.
All right.
I will send it. Okay.
That's all I wanted to chime in on. My ears perked up when they said what? When you said, like I said, I only caught part of what you were saying, but the notion that once they get a grant of money and then they have to use it in perpetuity for a certain purpose or else pay it back, that's unrealistic, and I've never seen a precedent like that.
Okay. I'm going to send it to you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, take care. 451. Let's play that. So where am I at now? Now I'm on back to Bill 1.
Oh, yeah.
And so talked about how when Sabrina Salas Mantanani was in media, right? So she's concerned. Okay, so then she looks at Jeffrey Moots and Edward Byrne and says, hey, are you here to testify? Why do we need this bill? And then here's Jeffrey Moots responding to the question.
The governor has no emergency powers under the laws of Guam outside of the Emergency Health Powers Act. She has the ability under Chapter 22 of Title 5 to transfer up to $250,000 during an emergency, but that money must be repaid to the general fund, and that's the limit. She has no ability to impact procurement. An emergency does not create some magical procurement process. Emergency procurement is available to an agency even without an emergency declaration. The director of the agency can certify an emergency and then go through the emergency procurement process, which is not a fast process, but it exists. It is not necessarily any faster than any other type of process, but an emergency procurement process exists. There is no expedited emergency process simply by declaring an emergency. In terms of his so-called transfer authority, the governor has currently 15% transfer authority, but only from government agencies. So if you're saying that you believe you've overfunded all the departments by the millions of dollars necessary to support Guam Memorial Hospital, then yes, you would have money to transfer. But unless you want to identify agencies that you want her to lay people off from or close down to transfer that money, no money exists. There are agencies outside of her transfer authority that have pots of money that are unspent, but she's not allowed to transfer that money. So Bill 1 was designed primarily to mirror the provisions of the Emergency Health Powers Act.
What's different then? You said it mirrors, but there's...
Well, one of them is it adds some language like defines professional service and purchasing agency straight from the procurement service. And then the other provision is one of the procurement provisions that suspends, it would be the new section D of, let's see, section D of 1506 actually was taken from the GMH's current statute on procurement, except that statute limits them to using this process for specific types of health care equipment. So it's the process, this language that's in D was used by GMH several years ago to buy the angio suite because of the nature of the product. So that came from the GMH statute on procurement. The other is we took the right to protest from the other bill that was passed for critical say on the review. So that already exists for projects funded more than $5 million with AARP. I think you've called it a critical infrastructure projects is what they're called. So that's where we took that from. So the only thing that was not from that was, 1507 came from the Emergency Health Powers Act, which on the licensing and of healthcare professionals from other places. So everything that is in here, we took from other existing statutes. We created some definitions for the emergency. Even the declaration of emergency, the content of the emergency is from the Emergency Health Powers Act. As Senator Teichwald noted, the duration is not in here, mainly because we're talking about long-term procurement issues. You're talking about construction, which doesn't have a short duration. So the duration is controlled by the nature of the emergency. If you want to put in that it has to be renewed, then you can renew it. Currently, no other emergency declarations for the governor. For example, when Typhoon Marwar came into effect, that emergency declaration is actually still in effect. Because were we to terminate it, we would lose federal funding. We're only allowed to get certain types of FEMA assistance as long as that declaration has not been canceled. So if we cancel ours, then the federal declaration is canceled and FEMA no longer has jurisdiction. So that's where we left it, was for purposes of the duration of the project. And we have no objection, I'm sure, to the legislature saying you need to renew it every 30 or 60 days. We felt that the definition of the condition of the declaration, where you had to say what the condition that brought about the emergency, that those were specific enough that once the construction or whatever was needed was done, that the conditions would be obvious that it would terminate at that point in time. So if the declaration is to replace the electrical panel at GMH.
It was said earlier that Bill 2, it basically is an effort to bypass the Attorney General.
Yes. The Attorney General has already made an announcement that he is not going to approve any contract that uses the expenditure of ARP money, which ethically means he's no longer ethically capable of providing review for the agencies. 5150 is more than just final review of the contract. 5150 requires the Attorney General to be the legal advisor for the agency seeking the procurement above $500,000. The problem is, because the Attorney General has taken the position that we're not doing this. We've already made a decision. His limitation is to the legality of the contract. But he's already made a determination that he's not going to review anything. So ethically, he's no longer capable of being the attorney for an agency that is seeking that contract. It can be reviewed by an attorney that doesn't have a conflict. So that's what we're trying to do. And I heard you earlier say you don't want to get in the middle of a lawsuit, but you already have. There is a pending suit in the federal court about the Attorney General's ability to hire unclassified employees. And in your budget bill, you create the Imperial Attorney General, which is exactly what that does, which is authorizes legalizes the activity that we're currently suing about in the federal court. So this body is more than willing to step into the middle of pending federal litigation. So I'm not sure why there's a distinction between the two. So that rings as a very hollow explanation for why Bill 2 is just flat out bad. It doesn't prevent any review of the contract. The review of the contract is then done by the GSA legal counsel, who is by law the attorney for GSA, who is the procurement specialist. It doesn't say we get to do whatever we want. It's still reviewed by the GSA employee, who is a classified employee and not subject to discipline by Mr. Byrne or anybody else for his decisions. Again, unlike the Attorney General's office right now, where they're all at-will employees who have to comply with the Attorney General's whims or they're out the door. So we've now placed somebody in charge of a review who is, one, not ethically challenged, and two, not subject to the whims of their bosses as to whether or not a contract is legal or not. And
all right, we'll just pause it right there, and because he's still making his points. And then there's a response from the AG, and then a response again from Moodson, so I want to get all of that in. So we'll take the break now because we're at the top of the hour, 5:01 in the afternoon. We are KGUM-FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The state of Utah plans to seek the death penalty for the murder of political activist Charlie Kirk. That from Governor Spencer Cox, as pictures and video of the suspect were released this past evening. More on that from CBS's Jennifer Kuiper.
The FBI has released new photos of the person of interest in Charlie Kirk's killing.
We want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox adds,
this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Vice President J.D. Vance had Kirk's body flown home to Arizona aboard Air Force Two. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Correspondent Carter Evans visited Utah Valley University the day after the assassination.
It was eerie going back onto campus. You could see inside classrooms where kids had used desks and chairs to barricade the doors, and it looks like they all left in a rush. You could see backpacks strewn on the floor. Looks like some students were eating their lunch. It's still open on their desks.
The former bodyguard for New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell is scheduled to appear in federal court Friday. CBS's Katie Weiss reports Jeffrey Vappy faces corruption charges, including conspiracy to commit wire fraud and conspiracy to obstruct justice.
According to the indictment against him, Vappy took several steps to conceal his relationship with the mayor and misuse taxpayer money for that affair, including that he allegedly lied to a grand jury about what took place.
Mayor Cantrell has pleaded not guilty in federal court to criminal charges. In Chicago, the Hispanic community is wrestling with how to celebrate Mexican Independence Day this weekend. This as the Department of Homeland Security launched an operation cracking down on undocumented immigrants in the city. WBBM Radio's Andy Dane reports.
This year, the stakes are higher. Our community is under attack.
City of Chicago leaders say they are keeping a close eye on a number of events planned throughout the city for this weekend. That includes several Mexican Independence Day festivals, parades, and as the city has seen in recent years, potential for car caravans. Some organizers have opted to cancel their events, citing an expected increase in ICE presence. Others are promising historic turnouts.
They are trying to dim our light. They're trying to dim our culture.
Andy Dane for CBS News, Chicago.
Brazil's Supreme Court panel has convicted former President Bolsonaro to more than 27 years in prison. He was convicted of attempting a coup to remain in office despite losing his re-election bid in the 2022 election. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere. From dust mites, pet dander, and pollen to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Cracker Barrel is looking ahead to its future by going back to the past.
At Cracker Barrel, come together for the good stuff.
Cracker Barrel has announced on social media some of that good stuff. Its beloved biscuits will once again be rolled by hand and baked fresh throughout the day. It's the latest about face after aggressive backlash over planned changes that included a logo revamp and a do-over of its down-home vintage decor in favor of a minimalist modern look. The company says it's also walking back its policies related to social justice issues and will no longer sponsor events not directly related to business needs, including pride events. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Social Security beneficiaries could see a 2.7% cost of living adjustment in 2026, slightly above the 2.5% increase for 2025. That's from the Senior Citizens League based on the August inflation figures. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. Here we go. We got to get started here with our look at real deal traffic here on Wave 105.1 FM. Alrighty, so big shout outs going out to our friends at Guam Auto Spa. Don't forget, you can check them out online, guamautospa.com. You can schedule your test drive there and see what they got in their inventory. We also want to thank our friends over there at Mobile Oil Guam. Energy lives here. Download that app today and start receiving your rewards. Once again, big shout outs to our Real Deal Traffic sponsors. Alrighty, so here we go. We're taking a look at traffic. Once again, it's 5 o'clock. People are getting in their cars. Hello, everybody. Let's see what traffic is looking like. For anyone who's planning to travel through Route 16, you're coming from the overpass, that traffic has extended quite a lot. It's actually really congested there. The traffic starts at the intersection where the mall is and goes all the way down, even past the Harmon intersection. I want to say it stops here at the St. Paul Christian School, that area where you can turn in there to go into St. Paul, right? So just be on the lookout for that if you're coming from the DMV area. Barragata Heights is looking okay. The Barragata Tri-intersection is fine. Even through Route 8, there's not too much traffic coming out of there. Let's see where else. Into Munning on Route 1. There is definitely traffic at the... there's just some traffic here at the intersection that would lead you, if you were to take the left, you would go to the hospital, right? So there's traffic on all sides of that intersection. Then even as you continue traveling northbound, the ITC intersection is fairly busy there. And for those who are coming out from Route 14, like from the outlet area, if you're coming out from there, you can definitely expect some traffic. And then if you're continuing up north on Route 1, you're headed towards... You're headed towards the... I'm just making sure I got it correct because now I feel like I lost myself here. Hello? You're headed towards the Airport Road intersection. I just wanted to make sure I was saying that right. There is traffic already leading up there as well. Quite a long line of cars. It passes the EPOW intersection just a bit. So you are headed northbound that way. You can expect that. And then even as you continue past that, right, and you head towards the JFK intersection, A lot of congestion there as well, and that's on both sides of the intersection. And please do expect that as you continue northbound. I think for the most part, that's where a lot of the traffic is. Anywhere on Route 1 headed northbound, you can expect some delays. Up north, way north, we're okay over there. How about down south? Let's just double, triple check. There is some traffic, just very little traffic right in front of the Naval Gate there. And that's pretty much it. We'll let you know what's going on a little bit later in the 5 o'clock hour. But continue to drive safe, friends, while you're out there on the roadways, and continue to keep it locked. We will be back with the Brightside in just a few. Keep it locked here to Wave 105.1 FM.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, here we go. We're about to get started here on Wave 105.1 FM, the Brightside with Paulie Suba. It's all being brought to you by, of course, our friends at Chili's. More life and great food and great value happen with our friends at Chili's. Be sure you check them out today. We also want to thank our friends over there at the Code School of Guam. Now, they got a lot of great things going on. You could learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. We also want to thank our friends at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. You can order online any of their 19 Subway series sandwiches and so much more. All you got to do is visit subwaypacific.com, pick it up at your convenience, or get it delivered to you. Powered by Good To Go, we deliver. We also want to thank our friends over at MicroPack. You could check them out. Of course, they have the latest in technology and electronics, so get what you're looking for and visit them in the Micro Mall, or you can visit them in Tamuning off of Challenge San Antonio. We also want to thank our friends over there at Sentinel Security Solutions. Absolutely, they are Guam's provider of professional security services, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends over at Sherwin-Williams. Rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Locks On, engineered for Guam's dry to wet season shift, built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Once again, you are tuned in to the Brightside here on Wave 105.1 FM. Let the show begin.
I ran into this girl.
Welcome back, Beaver Badness. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. If you just jumped in your vehicle, right, tuned into 105.1 FM, welcome. We've been here since 2. Appreciate you joining in on the conversation, and you can at 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, so if you got a laptop open, you can still join us on YouTube. Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Okay, so let's finish off what Attorney Jeffrey Moots had to say on these bills, why they needed to happen. So on one, it's designed primarily to mirror the provisions of the Emergency Health Powers Act And so he says, contrary to what the Attorney General has said, the governor really has no emergency powers. She has the ability to transfer up to $250,000, but that money must be repaid. That's the limit. She has no ability to impact procurement. And so she needs this Bill 1 to do so. And on the concerns of Senator Titagui, the duration is not in here, but they have no objection to renew it every 30 or 60 days. And on Bill 2, the AG has already made an announcement that he is not going to approve any contract that uses the expenditure of ARP money. So ethically, he no longer is capable of being the attorney for an agency that is seeking that contract. The review has also, it's not like they're not skipping any of the what do you call it, like safety checks or whatnot, safety valves, because they say the GSA legal counsel, which is a classified employee, will still oversee the procurement, and that person is not subjected to the whims of their boss, like the director Ed Byrne or the governor, not afraid of losing their job. So here he is. He's going to finish his thought, and then we'll play another audio file coming out of that, of the AG responding, and then Moots responding to the AG.
Then done by the GSA legal counsel, who is by law the attorney for GSA, who is the procurement specialist. It doesn't say we get to do whatever we want. It's still reviewed by the GSA employee, who is a classified employee and not subject to discipline by Mr. Byrne or anybody else for his decisions. Again, unlike the Attorney General's office right now, where they're all at-will employees who have to comply with the Attorney General's whims or they're out the door. So we've now placed somebody in charge of a review who is, one, not ethically challenged, and two, not subject to the whims of their bosses as to whether or not a contract is legal or not. And to say that the Attorney General is the expert in procurement is actually quite laughable. During the hearing on his dignity project, the court actually found that he violated the law, the procurement law, repeatedly in the attempt to procure that program. We laid out through the testimony all of the violations. So their experience with procurement is not very good, but yet they have that power. So all we're trying to do is to keep from losing $100 million, of which was legally obligated for infrastructure programs, which will assist Manilau and other villages, and will put infrastructure in place for a potential new hospital, while we're fighting over what is basically meritless litigation from the Attorney General's office.
Thank you.
All right, before we get to that, let me just, because I'm in receipt of written testimony that did not get, I think because they were pressed for time, but this is a written testimony was submitted to Vice Speaker Tony Atta and Senator Chris Duenas. This is from David B. Herrera, former CLTC Commissioner, Senor Herrera, advocate for Chamorro land and indigenous rights. And so it was sent over, and so I was given the green light that I can share this on the air. And so it says, protect the people's land, reject Bills 1 and 2. Say no to emergency power overreach. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is asking the 38th Guam legislature to give her sweeping powers, declare a state of emergency without legislature approval, seize private land in Manilao through eminent domain, bypass permits, licensing, and business protections, silence local agencies, and override procurement law. This is not a public health emergency. It's a failed development plan that puts ARPA funds at risk. There is a better solution. Build the new Guam Memorial Hospital at Oka Point, publicly owned land with full infrastructure supported by engineers and health professionals. ARPA compliant and ready to break ground now. Join your voice with the Chamorro Land Trust advocates and protect the people's land. And so It also says contact your senator, show up to the hearing, demand responsible planning, demand accountability. David B. Herrera. And so to the phone lines we go. We'll go. Are we going to the phones?
Yes, if we can.
Yeah,
We have
Vince is on the
here.
line. Yeah.
Yes.
Off a day, Vince. You're on the air.
Hey, good morning, Paulie. Great show. Everybody's listening to you because they're all stuck in traffic.
Okay.
So you have 100% attention of the people of Guam.
Okay, got it.
Who didn't get a chance to listen to this? Is this an emergency public hearing? Or
Urgent. It's an urgent public
public
hearing. Yes.
And it does sound like some new faces, right? It's great. It's just like the Marvel universe. The one lawyer talking, he looked like Dumbledore or something like that.
Jeffrey
was
Woods. He cosplays as Santa Claus.
here.
He cosplays as Santa Claus. Yes.
Does he really?
Yes,
That's not nice.
No, he really does. I'm not joking. That's not a joke.
And
he does.
That's not nice. No, you're not being nice to Dwayne Nicholas because he has that job
Oh,
locked down.
okay. Well, there's, how you go to one mall and then you go to another. Santa Claus.
But the real one is where Dwayne Nicholas is. The mall that hires Dwayne Nicholas, they've got the real Santa
Okay,
Claus.
got it. Yes.
San Nicolas.
Nicholas.
So you're saying this gentleman accepts his role as Santa Claus. So it means he's jolly. It means he's got a great attitude, good sense of humor, presumably. Unless he's one of those grumpy Santa Clauses, which we know some of the stores, that's who they have, is the grumpy Santa Claus.
Oh, hopefully they have closed down by now, though.
Well, he sounded kind of grumpy when he was talking to Doug Moylan. Doug Moylan, he seems so sweet. He's just kind of low key. And why do people hate him so much? He was. It looked like everybody on that table just wanted to sit as far away from him as possible. Simon Sanchez doesn't like him. Ed Byrne doesn't like him, and now Santa Claus doesn't like him. That's terrible.
He was pretty level-headed. I'll give him that.
Doug Moylan was.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, no, Dumbledore wasn't, though. Dumbledore was... Is that the right one? The big dude with the beard?
Attorney Jeffrey Moots. Yes. Attorney Jeffrey Moots. The other individual
but
is...
the Harry Potter thing. Is he called...
I don't know. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. But...
Dumbledore. Yeah. At any rate, it did seem like he was going out of his way to, stick these... angry barbs at Doug Moylan, who I think was sitting there unprovoked. I mean, it really seemed like they were. I thought the public hearing was about the governor's ability to help the hospital, and it devolved into how do you beat up Doug Moylan 10,000 different ways.
I think because they're arguing the reason why they need to do Bill 2, right, and bypass the AG, and they're saying he's not doing his job. He's not putting up a conflict wall. So you want to investigate this agency. You can do that by putting up a conflict wall where your office can do two things at the same time, like other AGs have done previously.
So I accept that the public health emergency is that the Guam Memorial Hospital is on fire, and apparently its electrical panel is going to explode and kill hundreds of people, including sick little children. That, I think, is acceptable to the people of Guam. But what you're suggesting is that Dumbledore is trying to tell us that there's a public health emergency because they can't out-argue Doug Moylan. They can't get him to do what he wants.
They can't get him to go, apparently, in this 5150, I had to even look it up. What is that? Basically, an attorney from that office is supposed to go with them along the way, step by step, through the contract negotiations and whatnot, and sign off on these contracts too.
Is that a public health emergency?
I'm not arguing that part. I'm not even arguing anything. I'm just saying that's
I'm not arguing either.
That's
I'm
their
asking a
statement.
question.
Right.
What is the public health emergency that Santa Claus is complaining about?
There's a timeline, right? So they have until the end of 2026. I'm sorry.
Let's just cut to the chase.
Yeah.
You're talking about the $104 million that's
ARPA
going
money.
into building sewers in Manila.
Yes. To building.
That's the public health emergency. It's important to have sewers in Manila.
They're worried about So you watched Fernando Estevez speak then.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
he was great.
And so
I didn't know
that's
Fernando
the argument.
was an architect, because apparently now he's going to be the architect of the new hospital in Mindanao.
Well,
which he promised me at one point in time that he was not going to be that guy, because he has to spend $500 million building up
Yes.
the rest of Guam.
Yeah, he's looked at
He's a
hundreds
busy
of paper,
dude, 'cause
hundreds
he
of
suddenly
documents.
became an architect.
Hundreds of documents on how to follow the ARPA rules, right?
No, I don't think he read hundreds of documents.
Oh.
You're giving him a little too much credit. He might have read hundreds of pages.
Okay, there you go.
And then he did a chat GPT thing or AI thing with the hundreds of documents. But hey, you know, he's in danger of losing his job because he promised he would resign. I think if this, what do you call it, eminent domain thing didn't go the right way, which it looks like there's going to be a summary judgment against Fernando Estevez.
Well,
he's about to lose his job.
He
so
said
if,
he's
if
about.
Fernando
He's
Estevez
down
loses
to.
his job, who's going to do all this hundreds of pages of documents, the work that Fernando's doing?
Next man or woman up, I guess.
They're running out of them because, you know, Melanie Mendiola quit. Linda Banas is resigning.
He said he's only going to be there for a year.
Has gotten in trouble. There's a lot of things happening in Adelup that, I mean, it seems like Fernando put his foot in his mouth because he said this eminent domain thing was a slam dunk, and there was no way he was wrong about it, but it does sound like he was wrong.
Well, he's even saying he's willing to go to jail, right?
Oh, wait, you might be confusing the Estevez's brothers there, but because there's also the Emilio Estevez, who was a porn star. So let's are you laughing? You're not laughing.
I'm laughing. Go for it.
Yeah, because they're all Estevez,
Okay.
right? I mean, these are all the sons of Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen, yeah.
We got the handsome ones, though.
Yes, we do.
See, you laugh at that. I did at least 3 zingers, and you didn't laugh that. Okay, so
Yes.
the reason for the call is this is Mr. Moots didn't convince anybody that there's a public health emergency. He went through a lot of trouble bashing Doug Moylan, but what's the public health emergency for Bill 1?
So, I mean, you're right. The argument is also the speaker asked the governor to help with the emergency at GMH. And so this is what they're saying, how she can help, right?
So they're making it incidental to take care of the fires at GMH. They're making it that is in addition to, oh, by the way, if we have time, because we're dealing with the public health emergency involved with developing infrastructure on undeveloped land.
Yeah.
No public health emergency there, folks.
So
I'll tell you.
So they're
Across the street from GPW or GPA's headquarters, ain't no public health emergency there right now.
The urgency, I believe, again, with what Fernando Estevez is saying, is the loss of $100 million that the federal government has already green-lit to us, and so we will lose that money.
But do you give a governor dictatorial powers for that purpose? Is that
so?
yeah,
That's where and that's where I mean, there are a number of senators said that this is overreaching, and so Senator Jesse Lujan, Senator Chris Barnett, Senator Sabina Perez, I believe they say they all want to just go to a table like Attorney General Doug Moylan. Will A.G. Moylan also be at the table? They want him at the table as well, all of them, so we can all get our hospital, right? The current hospital needs the help.
Wait. Are you telling me this thing's not over yet?
It's not. I don't think so. I mean, they adjourned, and Simon Sanchez looked right at them. It's not over.
Are you kidding me? They're done, or they're not done?
I don't think they're done. I mean, so Simon Sanchez said, save the $100 million, and Senator Chris Duenas looked right at him and said, you know, there might be some things that we don't all agree on when we finally make our decision. I don't think, I mean, there's still the override of the veto that they're contemplating, and the rumor is that's not happening till like the end of September, the last week of September.
Yeah, I don't like any of this because meanwhile, there are pregnant ladies in labor at GMH, right? And I hope no one is taking this lightly. That building could blow up.
Hey, I got a question. $250,000, that's what it costs to have your baby delivered there? That's a number that Lillian Paris Posadas put out yesterday.
Well, no, that's her salary. That's how much you have to pay her to have a baby over there. That's how much she gets paid.
Okay.
$250,000 to deliver a baby is obscene.
Okay.
And maybe GMH is charging you that, and that's why they claim they can't, get paid by Medicare. Because, let's face it, GMH is acting as if they are a good hospital, that they're an American hospital. So they're charging American prices, and I guess then now with the babies, they're charging Louis Vuitton prices. You can charge whatever the heck you want, but it is what is the customer willing to pay?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately on Guam, because we only have one place for civilians to deliver their babies, right, and only one place to put sick children, then GMH can charge whatever it wants. It can charge $250,000 to deliver a baby because, Lillian Posadas needs to be paid. And she gets paid a lot of money to create a hospital that has pushed us all into this state of emergency because we're worried about fires, we're worried about sick babies dying that aren't supposed to die. We're worried about a lot of things for a person who's getting paid $250,000 Louis Vuitton salary. We're not getting, I don't know what's the big deal about a Louis Vuitton purse, but I'm pretty sure there's a difference between a real one and a fake one. And I think GMH is a fake Louis Vuitton purse.
With that, I'm going to take the break. That's a really good zinger right there.
So no one answered my question. What is the public health emergency that Mr. Moots / Santa Claus is so pissed off about?
Ed Byrne even says, Ed Byrne says it's not. He says it's a state of urgency.
Well, then Bill 1 is dead, isn't it?
I think I'm not one of those senators, but I'm trying to count. And it's not coming up to 8.
Yeah, who in their right mind would vote for Bill 1? I guess that's the thing is whoever votes for Bill 1.
If I'm gonna bet $1, Will Parkinson. He's the only one that I sense.
And we all know how we feel about Will Parkinson. But hey, Will's been on a roll. He's been doing some really cool things lately. So I'm thinking maybe he's reformed and he won't be, simply a slut for the governor at this point. But hey, we've got all weekend to figure it out because apparently nobody wants to work anymore down at the legislature. Yep. So good luck to anybody going to GMH tonight. Just don't smoke inside the building. It's on fire.
I appreciate you always. Have a great weekend, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Adios. 5:31 in the afternoon. We are going to take this break, and on the other side, the OG himself, Rand Kaufman, is here. And so we'll spend some time with him after these right here on Wave 105.
All right, welcome everybody. We're going to take a look at your real deal traffic right about now and see what's going on out there on these streets because we know it's busy. Shout out to our girl, Miss Charina, for letting me know about the traffic in Mangilao. We already know that the Doni Festival is happening and it kicks off today, right? I believe it all started at 5:30 p.m. So you can definitely expect a lot of traffic already there. At least that's what Trina was telling me. She said, sis, it's busy over here. A lot of people are trying to get to the Doni Festival, so you can expect some traffic in Mangilao, okay, if anyone's headed that way. Let's see. We also have some traffic here in Sinahanya, but to be expected. It's for those who are coming up the hill, right, on Route 4. You're leaving Hagåtña and going into Sinahanya. A lot of congestion there. But again, that's expected traffic. I always see that there. Let's see where else. The rest of Route 4 is looking okay. The only traffic that I'm really seeing in the Talampago area is for those who are at the Mangilao. Who are at the intersection where Talampago and Mangilao meet. It's for those coming out from Mangilao. And it's usually a long line for those who are taking the turn into Pago Bay. So do expect some congestion there. For those who are coming from Talampago headed this way, it's you got some traffic, and I know that can kind of build up as far as past the church. But I know we'll get through as soon as the light turns green. Let's see where else. Barragata Tri-intersection, Purple Heart Memorial Highway. That traffic has already built as well for those who are coming from Route 8. And then there's even some traffic for those who are coming from Barragata Route 10 to the Barragata Tri-intersection. Otherwise, everywhere else that you can expect to be busy is busy. The ITC intersection, the intersection where Airport Road is at, right, where you can come out from Airport Road onto the main road. Oh man, it's pretty congested there from the intersection all the way down. And then those who are coming out of Airport Road and going into Airport Road, very, very busy. And then the traffic continues, the congestion continues as you head up north, or as you continue to head north on Route 1 at the JFK intersection. Traffic's not too bad for those trying to get out of Tumon and up to the JFK intersection, which is really interesting to see. Usually it gets pretty busy. Here in the upper Tumon area, right in front of the Pali San Vitores Road, that would lead you down into Tumon, right? Close to where like the Gun Beach area is. There's definitely traffic there. The line is long. It goes all the way close to the next intersection, which is the JFK intersection. So if you're just leaving that traffic, you're about to get into more. And then here on Route 16, you still got all the heavy traffic at the Harmon Loop intersection. And then even as you continue up to the mall intersection, it is very busy out there, Guahan. Don't forget, we got the Doni Festival going on. So there's going to be a lot of people walking, a lot of people moving. So please be on the lookout for that. Continue to drive safe, Guahan, throughout the roadways and continue to keep it locked here again. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report on Wave 105.1 FM.
We're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Howdy Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
And welcome back, Biba Badness. 5:37 in the afternoon, and we're hanging out with the OG. So we're not going to be able to get to those audio clips. I prefer hanging out with the listeners and the callers. So when they call in, right? And so now we're too far into this hour, so we're not going to get to it. But I would encourage you, if you want to know more, and so Vince obviously watched it too, and you'll see a little bit of that back and forth between the AG and Jeffrey Moots, the legal counsel to the office of the governor. Right after, Fernando Esteves, the deputy director of GURA, but he wasn't there to speak on behalf of his in his capacity as deputy director. He came there in his own capacity as an individual, as somebody in the community, and happened to be a former senator. And he was very colorful with his sentiments and said this is what is at risk. $100 million that the federal government has already appropriated to us, and the resolution that the legislature has introduced is dangerous because that's what we risk losing. And then former Senator Simon Sanchez also very concerned about all of that too. So you want to watch all of that? It's on the Guam Legislature's YouTube channel. And so by Monday, we'll have a whole nother audio clip to play, I'm sure.
Yeah, which is, again, our entertainment, right? And like we were talking earlier, our politics is so entertaining, and we pay so much for it. Right. If you think about, if statehood aspect with a mayor and a mayor's council would emerge. So you can see that our love, our passion, of now upcoming 2026, the gatherings, people getting together and having these activities, and you take it to the micro, you take it to Rhoda. So Rhoda, the same thing. You have different parties. These different
coming up in October.
Absolutely. So in that aspect, there you are with that reality again. Who goes to Aspar's restaurant in the morning, or who goes to work?
Right.
So it's that immediate, right, as to what it is. But for us here in Guam, it's already whoever's in is already in as the staffers and the people who are working. They just merge into the different offices that emerge when senators leave and senators come in, because they have the knowledge. They know how to write the bills. They know how the verbiage. They know how to do everything and present it to the new coming senator to go into these spaces. So it's really the staffers who hats off to, to get to present in this official manner, because the senators don't have time to do it, because they're in front, they're going to meetings, they're going to speeches, they're involved, again, more entertainment, right? But the producers, the directors, the whole ball game are the staffers.
Right, because they're gonna be at the office researching
absolutely
both sides,
right.
Trying to craft a bill that makes sense,
yeah,
right?
And it has cases you can relate it to,
Right.
Different states that they mention.
Right.
You hear that this is how they're doing it.
Sure.
So all of this is all so important. So, but what we should really do, in my thought, is elect the staffers. Put the staffers in that position. They're the people that really know. The senators, it's a personality or it's a family.
A few have. I know Roy Kanata was a staffer. Amanda Shelton, staffed.
There you go. So here they are.
Lieutenant Governor Bordalia,
Right.
As when she was congresswoman, I think she was out there.
Right. Because you look even in
Mike
government.
Nicholas, I think, has also been a staff. I'm
okay.
I think
Before
so.
he's senator. Yeah.
I think for B.J. Cruz.
Okay. There you go. Perfect. That'd be the one.
I could be wrong.
But in that aspect of where we think about, the people who really have maybe the depth of how it all works are these staffers.
Right.
And representing them, one of the things when they did a GVB election, I was thinking those staffers, the ladies who are running the show, they should be co-chairmans or co-presidents of GVB because they have that deep knowledge of where the island has been and where it's headed, because they're the ones who've been there for 10 or 20 years, right? So anyway, that's, you think about it, or even on our shows that we have are like calling the different people, the senators, and have them come in and talk. But how much more information would we get if we did the aspects of bringing in a staffer, right, who has the blessing of the senator, whoever they're working for, to talk about what's really going on in our manipulations of money-wise, of how it's going to go, how are we going to manipulate our money, and to help the most people. I mean, that was Carl Gutierrez's all of his meetings with us. Who I need to know the amount of people who are going to be helped by this, and whatever one is the most, then that's where we're going to put all our energy.
Right.
And it was always who's going to get the most benefit from what it is that we're doing, period.
I think because that's when you can't solve all the issues, you also can't serve all people because everybody has like different mindset.
Well, that's what the third dimension, the world of duality.
Right.
You have bliss, pain, love, hate, pro-choice,
Right.
pro-life. And so you're going to meet people who think exactly the opposite of you. The
Right.
pro-choice and the
Yeah.
pro-life are the easiest ones to define.
Yeah.
So what you have to do, you rise above that. And the great saying, we agree to disagree, right? Can you be the Nino to my granddaughter that just got one? You know, I mean, to that aspect of that, being a comrade together in these situations. And for that aspect of how much we pay for it, just think if we took the salaries of all the senators and all the staffers and all those people and put it toward the hospital, as opposed to having it even in the governor, being the mayor, you know, instead of just in governor to mayor.
Trying to defund the legislature now.
Yeah, well, but see what I'm saying, right? And so all that money goes into the actual world of our ability to enable our population the best care and the best public safety and the best education, because we're taking money from our entertainment. But like you and I know so clearly that it is just that. It is our entertainment, and we really love it. And it's really exciting, and all the personalities, you know, to see the reality of the face-to-faces, you know, like, oh, look, you know, look at those two guys' faces as Boylan's talking. You see what I mean? Yeah, so that's so entertaining. That's you know, that's like just what it is, right?
I noticed it.
Yeah, well, that's
like,
well, that's...
They clearly don't agree with what he just said.
Right. So, again, here we are again with this wonderful ability to view our entertaining aspects of what we go through. The only thing that I see, again, you know, if you have really acknowledged and the characterizations of all these folks and how they're thinking, that you take it, you know, again, to the basic, to the staffers. So if Patty called up the chief, John Calva, I guess, you know, or Clint now, right? He's there.
The deputy.
Yeah, the deputies and these guys. And then you look at, okay, who's the speaker's chief of staff. Okay, that's who you want to talk to, or who's, you know, Mr. Whomever that may be, you know, that person or that woman is the one who really holds, you're going to this at 1 o'clock, you're doing this at 4 o'clock, you have a dinner at 8 o'clock, and then tomorrow, right? And that's how, as we know, and that's the people who we see and who are able, you know, to give the half a day, representing you know, the Guaidzahao of all the meetings, no matter where you're coming from. I mean, you know, if when you see each other in Honolulu or getting on the plane to come here, I don't care what your ball game is, you recognize each other.
I understand all of that, and I don't mind having conversations. I really enjoy conversations with the chief of staff or somebody that's within the office, and if they're going to come on and talk on the record,
there you go.
I appreciate it. But what sometimes will happen, because this has happened, and since we're just having a real conversation, Bobby Shringy would talk for Congressman Jim Moylan.
Spokesperson.
And then people are starting to say, Bobby's the one that is really our congressman. And so where's Bobby now?
Right.
And so it can backfire.
Well, you know, again, that's, you know, part of our entertainment, our conspiracies that we have about, you know, the office.
Because, it's not confirmed, but that's what people
might be saying. Anything that's not confirmed.
People will say,
right,
maybe he's not, but he's, you know, running the show.
Yeah.
And Bobby's not there now.
Right. But so hopefully, you know, we can only pray, like how Vince, you know, is so positive, that we have that ability for
I would say there just needs to be balance too, right? Because he's the person that we voted for. So we need to know that he knows the issue, right?
Well, he did the right thing. You know what he did? He married Miss Flores.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, he did the right thing.
Can't be wrong with that.
Can't be wrong
you
with
can never
that.
be wrong there.
No. So in that aspect, he has a person now, you know, who will give him the strength that he needs.
But I think that's what we should be looking at in our leaders. Do you know the issue? How do you know to solve it?
Well, see what it is. This is Mike Nicholas and Madeline Berdadzu walking down the hallway holding hands.
Beautiful.
That's what it's all about.
Beautiful.
Because it's the person representing Guam.
I think so too.
Yeah, that's however it works.
No matter how polarized it gets.
Yeah, it's all Guam.
I think because I'm hearing stories too about how the legislature was years ago, right? Some of them, you say it. You've told me that they're the Nino to their baby, and yet they're arguing on the floor. But when session is over, they're all going to the same house for a party, and they're the Ninos to the other person
because they know each other so well.
Child,
they become family.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
And so that's the stories that I've been told, and I see that now in the 38. It does get polarized. It does start to look really like political, and maybe people are doing things a little bit selfishly or, on party lines.
Right.
But everybody will stay on the record. No, I'm not. I'm doing this for the people of Guam. And I would say I don't mind being naive and because I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. And so fair enough. They are doing this for the people of Guam. Hey, they're both here. I think there is going to be something that will be said at 6 p.m. We'll wait till 6 p.m. for what do you call it? Well, you're in camera now, so it's too late now. You're in camera. So in about 10 minutes, Edge of Heaven is going to be happening with Rand Kaufman. He's got guests in studio, and so you don't want to miss it, right? You definitely want to stay tuned in at around 6 p.m. for their special guests. I think if you're on YouTube, you might have saw their shirts, right? One shirt was a long sleeve red shirt, so that's just a special tease right there. For you.
We can only pray. You know what?
Yeah.
We did that great show where we had the senators do their.
His mic's not on. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Well, the senators did like 7.
You're gonna do it again?
Songs. Well, that's what we should do, right?
Sweet.
Everybody plays their 7 songs.
Yeah.
We can do it on air, but we just can't be on YouTube because you can't do the music. But then you see who these people really are. Yeah. We did a whole bunch of senators. Roy Respucio, Arnold Palacios. I told you he was the best. He was Elvis Presley.
But great. Yeah, I mean, going back to that, because that is a conversation that I enjoy having with you, is listening to the stories of the previous legislatures and how they would argue, and it would look like these guys will never talk to each other again, but then they'll go to a party the same night and hang out.
And they'll win the jitterbug contest.
I think I remember even Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas telling me that your family is known to be Republican.
Yes.
However, your Nino is
Democrat. Ricky Bordalio.
Ricky Bordalio. See? And he's the poster child of this whole conversation.
When my oldest son was born, I'm up. We're going up to the governor's house, right, just on that road. And there's a Ricky with all of his people, right?
Yeah.
Green Revolution. They're all cutting, trimming, doing this stuff.
Yeah.
So I stopped and I got a box of Tampa Jewel wooden tip cigars because, we pass out cigars when we have a child.
Yeah.
So I give him a whole bunch of cigars. He turns around and looks at his worker and he goes, "We just had a baby boy." So it's like, well, here this baby boy is now.
Right.
It's not like anything separate than immediate family.
Yeah.
Is what.
Well, I also love this. So Governor Carl Gutierrez, he said the eulogy for Paul McDonald, mayor of Agana Heights, Republican Democrat, but they're both boys from Agana Heights, and he told the story about how close they are, and not only that, but his son-in-law was tapped by Paul McDonald to be the next mayor.
Right, the next mayor. Yeah, the royal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's but I know these guys. I'm pars with McDonald, his ability and his communication all these years. So in that aspect, there was ups and downs between those two. There were things that they had voices, especially the Triangle Park there. There was things that went on, but again, that depth of the sling stone, of the lade stone, of all the symbols, that depth that they have together because they're here and they're living on Guam.
We didn't let political parties stop us from loving each other.
Right.
Yeah,
the
entertainment.
Yeah. I wrote back with on my way back from a trip. I was on the same plane with Senator Tony Atta.
Okay.
we had a great time. We went down to the baggage area. We're standing next to each other, helping each other. You know, that's just how it is. You know,
Well,
we're a small island. We have to learn how to work together.
I think you and Vice Speaker also have the same demeanor too. You're very charismatic, right? People, you have a friendly face.
Yeah.
You have a smile on your face. Every time I see Vice Speaker, he's got a smile on his face.
Oh, yeah.
And the business that he does, I mean, he's very accommodating.
It's a compassionate type business season, you know.
And obviously you're Santa Claus,
And
so
you know that?
you're the real Santa Claus. So that just runs in your blood. Yeah, absolutely.
Don't let political parties, you know, and the day-to-day stuff.
Oh, yeah. No.
We still have to get along with, you know, it's a small island.
Yeah.
So we still have to find
So you
a way
enjoy the parties, the music, the food.
Yeah.
Right? And listen. That's what it's all about. Listen to what and make your choice on which staffer you think's the most efficient.
There you go.
Best
That's what you should do when you're running. Instead of listing your family last names,
you put the
list your
staffers.
staffers. These are the people I'm hiring.
Yeah.
These are the people I'm hiring on my team.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's not.
Oh,
just
I
me.
like that team.
Yeah. These are the ones who are have the most common sense. I think is the.
So we're about 6 minutes away, and so this show is going to be pretty special because it's not going to be on YouTube because you're. Can we get a little tease?
Yeah, we're not doing it tonight. We're
not
no,
tonight.
we're not doing the music
Okay.
tonight. But this is something we've been talking about a long time. The only thing that what we figured out is we can't have them come up the stairs. On my way coming up the stairs, I was thinking maybe I'll hire Speedway Welding and have them come up and clean it, and then we'll give the bill. And then we'll give the bill to Mr. Fong, and we'll
There
say,
you go,
okay, deduct it from. Whatever, but what the aspect of it, we're going to do it over the phone.
Okay.
We can get the phone, the maybe 7 songs. Seven's kind of and so and then we play the song, and then you tell why. Why is that why is that your top 7 song? And where were you? And that kind of experience. And you really, it's very uplifting.
Right.
You know, and it's very entertaining because you have that ability to really find out who that person is through their
Heck
music.
yeah. So what's the show going to be about then in a few minutes?
Jay Goodman, of course, is the sponsors here. We reflect in this case because politically, how it is. Klitsky, he would be on our show. He loved our show in the aspect, and we're the opposites, right? In how we think, you know, Bob Klitsky, and in that aspect. But he always thought that he had secret weapons, and his secret weapon was the edge of heaven, right? You know, to get him hired as a senator, right? You know, and his 1-year deal is always a 1-year. I'm just going to do 1 term, right? Or even with his superintendent at school, it was 1 term. Even at over at the DOC, right? As a senator, and he started here as a union guy, starting the system for Department of Education, but his
he's like Cincinnatus. You know?
Well,
they just hire him for 1 term, and you know, he comes out of his farm, he does what he's supposed to do, and then goes back to the farm.
But it was Lou Klitsky's wife. That she was the runner, she was the marathon girl, and she ran PE up at the University of Guam. So you can see his energy level was trying to keep up with her, right?
I met him just a couple of weeks before a couple of days before he passed. And you know,
I saw him.
He greeted me, you know, and you know, to be greeted by you know, one of your heroes, you know, Klitsky was one of my heroes, you know. When I was growing up, and he said, you know, Senator, and we spoke for a little bit, and it was just nice to hear, you know, from him.
Yeah,
it was really wonderful. I remember the stories, you know, when we were kids, and how he would always fight for whatever department.
Well, the education, his thing,
he would stand up, and you know, they need to pay their overtime and stuff like that. So
he was Guam's Abraham Lincoln, Clint Eastwood. You put
both
those two together
at the same time,
right? Yeah, tall guy. How he is,
you know. Yeah, you know, you thought he'd be gunslinging and stuff like that. Yeah,
no doubt.
He was that's man's man.
Yeah. And so his feeling here and how much he loved Guam. Right, because he could have probably gone anywhere and done anything.
Stayed all the way to the end.
And all those opportunities. Well, Lou, he's not going to leave without Lou. I would give Lou Joe Ray. You know, she had a bad knee, right? Hello, marathon girl, right? So I'd give her Joe Ray.
You know what Joe Ray is, right?
Is it like Slumpus?
But,
it's a prayer. It's a prayer.
You thought it was medicine.
Well, it is. It is medicine.
Come up with a brand, Joe Ray.
You got a backache or
okay.
So that I would, Lou, needed to get her knee, and it did. It worked, right?
I remember you doing that. You were doing that with Carl Gutierrez. You were. I remember. Yeah,
because it works, right? You're sending out all this energy, right? Because you're focused, right? It's like a laser.
Yes.
And so and there's Lou, she really appreciated, but boy, Klitsky, Bob didn't like that. That was something he wasn't interested in me. Joe Ray and his wife. But anyway.
Yeah, what are we talking about tonight?
Well, here we are, fifth dimension. I tell you, this fifth dimensional realm, it's more on Facebook, it's more on stuff. It's getting really kind of determined, like what we've been talking about, giving yourself a name for that part of you that's in it. You're still going to be in the third dimension. You're still going to go, you're going to have fear because you're going to have love. You're going to have pain because you're going to have bliss. But you're going to understand it now.
Right.
And understanding it is how you can deal with it. But evolving into it. And there's an interesting thing about reincarnation, that reincarnation is maybe something you might not want to do. If, in fact, you feel you've already reached and had enough experience in this third dimension that you can evolve and find yourself in other spaces without having to have the duality. So you're always in a state of bliss. And that's what the fifth dimension is. You're in a state of bliss. You've left but your avatar, the body, is still going to experience it. That you don't escape it.
Have you been, searching about near-death experiences and all that stuff? Well, I've been doing tons of research, and I even have local stories about people who have had, left their body while they're on the operating table. People here on Guam.
Everywhere.
They tell me about it, right? So I've been studying about it, reincarnation, all that stuff, and it's just so cool to.
Well, I'm going to tune in for sure. So that's coming up in just a few minutes, 5:59 in the afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir,
for everything. Maybe we'll see you over at the Doni Festival in Manilao. We got tonight. We got Saturday. We got Sunday, and then we'll do it all again on Monday, right? So. Mornings with Patty, rolling with dice from 6 to 10. Monday, you've got the Challenge the Status Quo show from 10 to 12, and national programming gets us to another Brightside on Monday. So thank you so much for tuning in. Everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out on those roads. Adios.
Guaiza.
Yeah.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The state of Utah plans to seek the death penalty for the murder of political activist Charlie Kirk. That from Governor Spencer Cox, as pictures and video of the suspect were released this past evening. More on that from CBS's Jennifer Kuiper.
The FBI has released new photos of the person of interest in Charlie Kirk's killing.
We want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox adds,
"This is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family."
Vice President J.D. Vance had Kirk's body flown home to Arizona aboard Air Force Two. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Correspondent Carter Evans visited Utah Valley University the day after the assassination.
It was eerie going back onto campus. You could see inside classrooms where kids had used desks and chairs to barricade the doors, and it looks like they all left in a rush. You could see backpacks strewn on the floor. Looks like some students were eating their lunch. It's still open on their desks.
The former bodyguard for New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell is scheduled to appear in federal court Friday. CBS's Katie Weiss reports Jeffrey Vappy faces corruption charges, including conspiracy to commit wire fraud and conspiracy to obstruct justice.
According to the indictment against him, Vappy took several steps to conceal his relationship with the mayor and misuse taxpayer money for that affair, including that he allegedly lied to a grand jury about what took place.
Mayor Cantrell has pleaded not guilty in federal court to criminal charges. In Chicago, the Hispanic community is wrestling with how to celebrate Mexican Independence Day this weekend. This as the Department of Homeland Security launched an operation cracking down on undocumented immigrants in the city. WBBM Radio's Andy Dane reports.
This year, the stakes are higher.
Our community is under attack.
City of Chicago leaders say they are keeping a close eye on a number of events planned throughout the city for this weekend. That includes several Mexican Independence Day festivals, parades, and, as the city has seen in recent years, potential for car caravans. Some organizers have opted to cancel their events, citing an expected increase in ICE presence. Others are promising historic turnouts.
They are trying to dim our light. They're trying to dim our culture.
Andy Dane for CBS News, Chicago.
Brazil's Supreme Court panel has convicted former President Bolsonaro to more than 27 years in prison. He was convicted of attempting a coup to remain in office despite losing his re-election bid in the 2022 election. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere. From dust mites, pet dander, and pollen to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Cracker Barrel is looking ahead to its future by going back to the past.
At Cracker Barrel, come together for the good stuff. Cracker Barrel has announced on social media some of that good stuff. Its beloved biscuits will once again be rolled by hand and baked fresh throughout the day. It's the latest about face after aggressive backlash over planned changes that included a logo revamp and a do-over of its down-home vintage decor in favor of a minimalist modern look. The company says it's also walking back its policies related to social justice issues and will no longer sponsor events not directly related to business needs, including pride events. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Social Security beneficiaries could see a 2.7% cost of living adjustment in 2026, slightly above the 2.5% increase for 2025. That's from the Senior Citizens League based on the August inflation figures. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM. Time is running out to join us for the first ever Run for Wishes. It's all going down Saturday, September 13th at the Leo Palace Resort. There's still a chance to register or volunteer and be a part of something truly special. Every step, every smile helps bring hope and makes dreams come true for children in Guam and the CNMI. Don't miss this moment. Make a weekend out of it by booking our Run Weekend Stay Special. Visit Leo Palace's Facebook and Instagram today for more information. And we'll see you at the Run for Wishes at the Leo Palace Resort.
Buenas and Alpha Day, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Half a day, everybody. About to get, of course, Edge of Heaven started here on Wave 105.1 FM. We want to thank our friends at BKU Roll. Don't forget to vote for them for Pika's Best Burger while you're enjoying a delicious Whopper at any of their BK locations in Hagatna, Tumon, the Micro Mall, and the airport.
J. Goodman is a local company located in the majestic village of Agate, Lower Barragata Heights, the Sunflower Store, Compadres Mall, and of course in the Agana Shopping Center. Folks, when you see a J. Goodman, just get down, walk around one time, get the basket, walk around again, then go